Γεια σας.
Γεια χαρά. Και
Τι κάνετε? Καλησπέρα.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon. Hi. Please forward the URL on YouTube to help people who can watch us through YouTube, on YouTube.
Καλησπέρα, καλησπέρα.
Καλώς την.
Έχεις μπει μέσα τώρα.
Πού είναι ο...
Δούμε 9 άτομα. Θα ξεπεράσουμε τα 100.
Γεια σου, Ελένη.
Helen, if you wouldn't mind muting yourself, just so we have Kostas as the only person. Okay.
Νομίζω πως είμαστε έτοιμοι. Είναι ακριβώς 4 η ώρα. Και
I think we are ready. It's exactly 4 o'clock. Welcome to this webinar on energy community at Kythira. My name is Kostas Andropoulos. I'm in Brussels right now, and I'll be the coordinator, the facilitator of this webinar. Let me make a short introduction. Let me tell you why we organized this webinar, and I'll give you some techniques, technical information on how you can ask any questions or make an intervention, or how you'll be able to follow this webinar on from the several media. Why do we organize this webinar? For several months now, there is the perspective of the installation of tens of wind turbines in Kythira, and there are several discussions and worry, concern among the friends of Kythira on regarding the potential risks on the health, the financial life of our land, the construction sector, the environment, of course, the culture, and several other sectors. It is very important for both Kytherians and their friends to have an adequate information, profound information, and be aware of what is going on with wind turbines and what are the alternatives. Are there any 1 or 2 solutions that would be very useful for the island? And this is why we'll speak about energy communities, as the title of the webinar says. We'll say what are energy communities, How do they enter in the energy planning of islands? So what are the paradigms of other islands? And we'll listen to other the opinions of other representatives on this concerns. Let me tell you a couple of information about technical issues. Due to the pandemic, this webinar is performed through online. So you can either follow it on Zoom. Most of us are on Zoom right now, where you can listen to simultaneous interpreting in English. This is to help our English-speaking friends listening from Australia, America, and so on. At the same time, you can follow our webinar on YouTube at the Kythira News channel and on our website, on the Kythira News website. Also, you can listen to it on the radio at the 107.3 frequency, Adeline. How can you ask questions or make an intervention? Both questions and your intervention may be performed just on the Zoom platform. We don't have any other possibility. So for questions, you can use the chat function either at the bottom of your screen or on the top of your screen. You can write your question either in Greek or in English. And the colleagues and the friends who are working on that will gather all the questions and pass them on to speakers. There are two answers periods. At around 5 o'clock, we'll give answers at 5 o'clock, and around 6:30 after the second session, there will be answers to your questions. After all speakers finish, after Mr. Charchalakis, we'll accept an oral intervention. In order to respect your time, please do not speak for longer than 3 minutes. I'll be very strict at that point. I hope this won't be very much needed. How are you going to declare your that you want to make an intervention? You can use the icons on Zoom. You can use raised hand icon, a small hand that you can see either on reactions, at the reactions or the chat tab, depending on your version. So when you push this button, you'll will know that you have asked for to speak, and you'll be able to do that at the end of the session. Or you can raise your hand and somebody will see you and will let you speak. This is my introduction, and let us enter our agenda. And in order to respect everybody's time, please respect times, and let's finish this webinar as planned. So I would like to ask the speakers to adhere to the time frame. And so let me pass the floor to our first speaker, the mayor of Kythira and Antikythira, Mr. Charchalakis, who will speak about the energy challenges. Mr. Mayor, I'm certain that you'll adhere to your time frame, and you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope my sound is good. Let me wish everybody happy anniversary to Greece, to the anniversary of the revolution, the Greek revolution. Let me be very brief. I'll speak with bullet points. I'll raise some concerns. First of all, let us all agree that energy transition is something that we have all to seek. We can't be state of wishful thinking. We have to proceed to action. We can't count base and our energy life on carbon, and we have to move on and leave this kind of energy sources and progress and make progress. So there's no one who will be contrary to this need to have clean energy, to move on to cleaner types of energy. And this, as I have said already, it must be something that we must do in action, not just something that we wish to be done. So an approach would be, in terms of energy, no to everything. An approach of no to everything is condemned to a failure. There's an energy cost in this area. I mean about the municipality of Kythira, and the smallest part of this municipality is Antikythira, with the most expensive production of energy in Europe, not only in Greece, but in Europe, based on evidence. The cost of production of electricity in Antikythira is the most expensive one in all over Europe. So there's this very weird fact that there is a National Observatory of Greece for Climate Change that will be receive electricity from the most expensive electric grid of the national company of energy. So this is very weird. And in Kythira, in addition to the bad quality of energy services, because all of us who have an experience of living here permanently, we know that although here the environmental conditions are excellent, but bad weather in Napoli or Molaus may affect us in a very bad way. So our grid is a very, very bad quality. And the DEI, the National Organization of Energy, provides us with a very bad quality of electricity. And we have a very bad treatment by these companies as citizens. And there's another parameter that affects both the municipality's function, operation, and of course the operation of citizens, i.e. the energy cost of all municipal infrastructure, mainly water supply. There's about 60 points of water supply. These points consume a huge amount of energy, which we receive from the taxes of the citizens. So we are ready to submit a proposition for funding under the Tritsis program with two invitations regarding the energy improvement of the energy infrastructure and the water supply. And we aim to use renewable energy sources all over the island and Kapsali. When this project is completed, there will be an impact, a positive impact on the energy of each citizens, for 400,000 to 500,000 a year, which this infrastructure costs 400,000 to 500,000 euros a year to the municipality, with a very bad quality of energy, of electricity. And so the citizens will be able to pay less. The third point is regarding the propositions in terms of the wind turbines. The first one who discovered this new procedure was me in February of 2020. I am used to researching the Avgia, the site of the government, on everything that Kythira has to do with Kythira. So there I discovered that there's a process to grant licenses to improve energy potential. Somebody told me a while ago, this is something very serious, and the rumor that there are bulldozers in Gerakari and that they are taking the forest down to have air turbines. But be careful, do not spread rumors, please. There are no wind turbines there, but there are machines that clean up the forest for fire protection reasons, not for the wind turbines. So be careful what kind of information you spread around. The big advantage, the big benefit of Kythira, and which makes us stand out. He stopped. The speaker has stopped speaking.
Κύριε Δήμαρχε, δεν σας ακούμε, δεν ξέρω ακριβώς.
Please, Mr. Mayor, we can't hear you. Somebody has muted him. I did not mute myself. Somebody muted me. The host muted me. Anyway, let me go on. The big benefit that Kythira has that makes us stand out compared to any other place in Greece is property. This is something that we have pointed out from the beginning. We still pointed out the applications that have been submitted for Kythira cannot be compared with any other similar activity in any other area of Greece. I participate in the municipalities network that has to do with the wind turbines, and that we have formed during the last few months on the initiative of the Saronic mayor, the mayor of Saronic in Athens, Mr Philippou. There, 25 to 30 municipalities participate there. In these discussions with other mayors who have a huge problem because they already have wind turbines installed in their areas, like in Tinos, where they are facing terror and horror. They had companies unloading wind turbines in the middle of the night, but the difference is huge because the area where wind turbines are placed only belongs to private citizens or the public sector. But here, all applications, 90% of the applications, or even 100% of the applications are submitted for land that belongs to the municipality. So we cannot discuss about the installation of wind turbines if any applicant does not get access to the area. If as long as the land belongs to the municipality is responsible to approve these wind turbines, because wind turbines are placed on top of the mountains. So this very substantial difference between Kythira and the rest of Greece gives us ample time to plan the energy future of our island with terms respecting, of course, the environmental nature of the application. And ideas are only good if they can turn into action and not stay wishful thinking. So I talked with the mayor of Xiromeros in Tolokarnania, and there, this municipality, this mayor, has established an energy community, and which is still on paper, just on paper, no action. So what do? The main reason why they established this community there was related to production, farm production, agricultural production in these areas, which is a very huge prefecture at the Locarnania prefecture, the biggest of our country. largest prefecture in Greece. So its agricultural production is very significant. There, they have TOEVR, which is a local organization to improve agricultural production, and they manage water supplies of agricultural land. They have a huge energy cost. You can realize that they have to handle a lot of things for thousands of acres of land. This money, of course, burden the farmers themselves. So the municipality, in cooperation
και με την περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας, συνέστησαν μια ενεργειακή κοινότητα.
The rest of Greece and the rest of Greece aimed at improving this energy cost associated with the agricultural sector. What the colleague told me was this, that in order for an agricultural community to succeed, we need a big player. And the player was the regional administration of Western Greece. That is the secondary administration sector of Greece. So the aim was to receive funding under the Electra program and other programs to fund this energy community. The solution of the energy community could be under some preconditions to be the response of the local community to any other counter response regarding the creation of a wind farm, but this energy community should be planned in a way to be viable and feasible. Sustainable, good practice. We should find some good practice some elsewhere. We can't create it from nothing, from zero. And this need has come up since 2007. The initial applications were submitted from 2007 until 2011. So these were the origins, but this new activity seen on behalf of the companies since last year has led us to take a decision as a municipal council and a municipal board to create a budget for an impact study, environmental impact study. Unfortunately, let me come here to action. We are a municipality and we must follow some procedures, even to assign just one project for €1. So these studies cannot be assigned. They have to be given to tender. And so my proposition in the end is to create a committee with the participation of various authorities, municipality, KIPA, the group, I don't know who, that will be able to manage the bureaucratic and procedural aspects of this study that has to be performed, and won't just regard the impact of the potential installation of wind turbines in Kythira, but will be also our counter proposition to that installation, with energy alternatives. The energy community, under some conditions, can give a solution. It needs both the public and the private sector. In no case can it be done without both sectors participating, and we must come in contact with other areas with further experience to face the actual problems. And our goal cannot be just to create one more organization with some funding from European or other authorities with 2 employees. No, we have to proceed to action and respond with action to the need of the community to be independent from traditional energy sources, which not only aggravate the natural environment, but also our daily lives and the economy, local and broader economy. In addition, the energy community must also have include the participation of a large sector, an entity outside Kythira. The only one that could play this role is the regional authority of Attica. I have also already come into talks with the head of the regional authority of Attica. Unfortunately, during the last year, we all work in terms of the pandemic, and we all our efforts are concentrated on how to deal with the pandemic, which is not our job. But anyway, we have to do that now. So everything is left behind, but there is a positive response from the Attica Regional Authority, and they want Kythira to become the green model for energy, the green energy model. We have this study ready, performed by the astroscopy of Athens, and we have to prepare a proposition specifically for Kythira. It has to be a hybrid proposition with that will use all energy sources without rejecting anything, but to adjust everything to the needs of the environment, the local community, and in no case must Kythira become the energy producer that will provide energy to Peloponnese, to the entire Peloponnese. So let me stop at this point, and not with a full stop, but just leave things open and let you must be aware that property is very important. Who is the owner of the property where wind turbines are to be installed, and this is only the municipality. So they cannot install wind turbines in Kythira unless the municipality agrees, and the municipality does not agree. So you can't break the constitution. You can't bring something illegally to something that to a land that is property of the municipality, unless, of course, they break all laws and the constitution. So this is our defense. Thank you very much. I'll stay throughout this webinar. Thank you very much.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Δήμαρχε, διότι μέσα στις άκρες μείνατε και μέσα στο χρόνο σας και ήσασταν επίσης εξαιρετικά σαφείς και πάλι ευχαριστούμε. Ακούσαμε τον πρώτο θεσμικό φορέα από αυτούς που θα μιλήσουν σήμερα, από τον Δήμο Kythyrων και τον...
We'll thank Mr. Charchalakis and the local property, the president of the Enchoria Periουσία, which is the local property of Kythira. Please take the floor and present to us whatever you have to say on this topic. So please turn on his mic.
Δώστε μου 2 λεπτά, θα σας τον βρω.
Give me 2 minutes.
Κώστα, είναι κάτω-κάτω Χρυσούλα που λέει.
Συγγνώμη. Λοιπόν, περίμενα...
Where Χρυσούλα is, you can see Χρυσούλα.
Επειδή έχω πολλές σελίδες, Γιώργο...
Just because I have too many pages. George, give me just a moment. Is there anyone who can help me? I suppose you can hear me now. Yes, I can hear you. I cannot see you, but I'll find you. Well, just a moment. Give me a moment. No. His microphone is on, says the moderator. I suppose your microphone is on. Let me give you the floor. I apologize for the inconvenience, but we're not professional, and it takes technical ability to organize such an event. Thank you very much. I am the president of the Domestic Wealth Board. I would like to tell you to begin with that I couldn't agree more on what the mayor said before. If there is a constitutional coup d'etat, as the mayor said, of course, it goes without saying that we shall react and will take recourse to court. And I'm talking about the wind turbines because we've already taken things to court. We've had a negative position regarding the wind turbines, the big ones that they want to install. And of course, there were some applications made by a company to install wind turbines in Nafplion. Now, it goes without saying that we are positive to any partnership regarding the energy community. I don't know, can you hear me, says the speaker? Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, President. Please go on. Well, given the opportunity, I'd like to say a few things about the Domestic Wealth Board, Enchorios, as we call it, because some of the interlocutors may not be familiar with the concept. Well, the Domestic Wealth Board, the domestic wealth, in effect, is a great advantage, singular, to Kythira. In the past, it used to exist for the entirety of the Septinsular Republic, but it was cancelled for all the other islands, with the exception of Paxi and Ithaki. And there, the institution has been debilitated and the property or the wealth has passed to the public sector. But there have been some interventions in Kythira, not regarding the philosophy of operation of the domestic wealth, but regarding some technicalities regarding administration of the board of directors, etc. The last law that is in effect is the 16 of 84, Article 84 in the presidential decree, which was issued afterwards in order to have this law come into effect, 272, and there were some amendments and procedural stuff. And the latest law is 2946 of the year 2001 that stipulates everything that has to do with public space that pertains to domestic wealth. Well, domestic wealth and chorios is public property. Let us put it in layman's term. For Kythira and Antikythira, we are talking about the rock island surrounding Kythira and two pilgrimages, Panagia Mirtidiotissa, Agia Moni, and St. John of Tapsali that pertains to Panagia Mirtidiotissa, and all the land are property and chattel that belong to these pilgrimages. This property is managed by a committee. This is a 5-member committee, the board of directors, that is, which is elected every 4 years following municipal elections, and it is elected by all municipal councils and local councils. We were elected on the 30th of September 2019, as you know, and our tenure is for 4 years. In what concerns finance, now, the proceeds of the domestic wealth are limited to those that come from different stretches of land that we lease, beaches or land for antenna, etc. The proceeds of the domestic wealth have nothing whatsoever to do with pilgrimage proceeds, because certain people are under the misconception that the Panagia Mirtidiotissa proceeds that used to be ample, but this is no longer the case. Let me set the record straight and say that it has nothing whatsoever to do with the wealth board. These are proceeds of the monastery that are to be used for the needs of the monastery. As I said before, we have a positive outlook on the thought of any energy community will take part in it. Of course, as the mayor said, we need to find the funds because we don't have means of our own. And regarding the committee mentioned by the mayor, we shall appoint a representative to take part in this committee, and all of us in unison shall see what it is that we can do in order to tackle this particular issue. I don't have something more to say. If you'd like to ask me any questions during the discussion, I'm here to answer anything you wish, because I have no way of knowing what your questions are. I just wanted to say a few things about the Domestic Wealth Board. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Chairman, I believe you were clear regarding what the domestic wealth of Kythira is. We have time for Q&A after the first session of our meeting. If there are questions specifically addressed to you, they'll be addressed to you. You said at a certain moment that there's been recourse to court against permits or licenses for the wind turbines. And our next speaker is Mr. Alexandros Mintzia, a lawyer. He's responsible for the applications before the Court of Appeals of Athens and the action taken by citizens of Kythira and associations of people in Kythira. I had the same problem with Mr. Mintzia as I had with you. I do not know whether any of the colleagues would be kind enough to activate the microphone of Mr. Mintzia because I kept looking, but I couldn't find him. Technical support, please. Could you please unmute Mr. Minzia's microphone? Yes, we have turned it on, says Mr. Plekas. Thank you. Mr. Mintzia, you have the floor. Yes, good afternoon. I am Alexandros Mintzia. The speaker is off the microphone, unfortunately. Let me interrupt, says a moderator. It appears that you've muted your microphone. Is it on? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. I am Alexandros Mintzia. As you said, I am a lawyer and I represent a significant number of citizens of Kythira and some associations. We started the process with the process for the revision of permits, the decision for permit granting. The same thing was done by the municipality of Kythira, as the mayor must have said. I suppose I didn't have the time to hear the entire contribution. The domestic wealth is taking part in the effort. Now we are going through the stage of appeals. We are going through the administrative appeal because RAI, as we call it, the Regulatory Authority on Energy, ought to answer within 4 months, but they didn't answer. So this is regarded as a tacit rejection. The discussion was to be completed in March, but unfortunately, because of the pandemic, everything will be procrastinated. Unfortunately, we do not know when the matter will be discussed before the court, I suppose next week. If I'm not mistaken, I think that things have been delayed for May or June, and we have asked for preference or precedence, if you wish, because the matter is of great importance. I am not here in order to make comments vis-à-vis energy communities. To my understanding, this is a discussion that can truly commence in Kythira, indeed. Perhaps it should have started already in most of the islands, because local people should be able to define their own needs on their own, and especially needs related to green energy. I'd like to say a few things because many of the participants have asked me, but we were not given the opportunity to be in close contact. Perhaps now being online, this is a golden opportunity. The major issue here, and it needs to be understood, I think, by most people, because there is tension generated, there are reactions in Kythira. As far as I know, things have now become smoother. There is a number of people that are utterly negative to investments. They don't want any paradigm shift towards green energy. And there's another number of people that are fond of progress. They are fond of decarbonization, the absence of lignite, etc. This is an entire scope of discussion. I think that there's a global discussion that is ahead of us regarding all the people that I'm representing, having understood their concerns and sharing their concerns. The crux to the problem is not whether or not a step should be made towards environmental conservation and protection. It goes without saying that everyone wants to do that. The difference lies in the fact that in this case, as it happens in many other cases throughout Greece, there's something paradoxical at work. There are areas that are aggravated so much by the installation of wind farms that at the end of the day, these areas will function merely as a battery, to put it in simple terms, a battery for the remainder of Europe. That is Greece, I suppose, within the framework of the contracts and the conventions it has signed, has undertaken the task of absorbing funds dedicated to green energy, wind farms, hybrid energy. Photovoltaics are regarded as obsolescent, I suppose. So the issue, in my opinion, here is to make it understood that there is no reaction whatsoever to investments as a whole. Reactions regard the fact that this is happening in a disorderly manner and it will not achieve any outcomes because the energy, the way that they're endeavoring to create it, will not be absorbed. I understand that the area of Kythira, the residents, and the mayor, I trust, because with a colleague, the lawyer that handled the two appeals lodged, shares my opinion, if I'm not mistaken. Investments should be made, but by people chosen by Kytherians, people who will respect the fact that there is this great asset of the domestic wealth. This is important for Kythira, and this is indeed the wild card for Kythira, indeed. The status of ownership, that is. Regarding the regulatory authority on energy, RAI, as we call it, and the way it operates, I'd like to say the following. We understand that the only authority that approves and can grant permits for production of energy is this particular authority, RAI. But the procedure of license granting is the problem. The regulatory authority on energy had an advisory role with the Ministry of Development at first. But as years went by, and just because in the Greek public sector, we've always observed distortions and delays, if one follows legislation throughout the years, they'll notice that slowly and gradually, ministries, line ministries that provided some safeguards started losing some of the jurisdiction, which was given to this particular authority, RAI, that was created in order to expedite things. But this produces risks regarding the motives behind all these actions. Regarding Kythira and the 4 permits that have already been granted for Φοινικίες, Μυρμηγκάρι, Κροτήρι Κεφαλάκια, and Κεφαλοβούνι Πύργος. Well, the permits were granted without taking into account any of the prerequisites set forth by law. Let me tell you, the regulatory authority answered us after the deadline, but they did. In effect, it has no competence to decide on the matters that we broached in our appeal. They didn't say anything about the domestic wealth board, the distance from traditional settlements, Natura protection, archaeological sites. They clearly stated that they are not competent to cope with any of the matters that we broached, and we'll find all the matters there in the next step when we go to the Ministry of the Environment in order to have the installation permit or environmental permit. But the problem here is that we have a huge mechanism set in action. And of course, investors will come and justly say that, we'll be paying money. We have paid money. We're submitting studies. If you accept a study that I submitted, then of course I have some claims. But how can you have a claim and a valid one when the framework is not clear and when there is no opinion regarding the location of installation? They are planning on installing wind farms in properties that are not theirs, and they haven't even bothered to discuss the likelihood of concession of these areas. Let's start with that. The greatest discovery in the past few days is related to the fact that we don't know whether the regulatory authority on energy takes into account the very important wealth of Kythira in terms of archaeological heritage, that is, monuments and definitely the Natura areas. So there we have seen that the regulatory authority since the year 2010 had sent a letter which is uploaded on the website, and I have printed it because the RAE website has changed and you can't find the letter there. For all intents and purposes, they had sent a decision to the Ministry for the Environment and Culture, calling upon the line ministries to state coordinates, specific coordinates, in order to demarcate all exclusion zones related to wind farms as well. These exclusion zones, since the year 2010, have not been defined or demarcated. The Ministry of the Environment and Culture, it appears, have not been able to demarcate these particular lands and why it is that we need exclusion zones and Kythira what the zones are. So the regulatory authority on energy, RAE, which is the only competent body in order to grant these production permits, let me remind you, is shirking from its responsibility because it is as if they are saying, I called upon you to send me this demarcation. If you're not, then I'll be giving permits. 1258 of the year 2010 is the decision, if you want to find it and look it up. So in a few words, they are telling the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Culture that, you know something, ladies and gentlemen, as long as you fail to submit to me the documents specifically demarcating sensitive areas, feel free to install wind turbines galore wherever I please. Whenever somebody says that the quality of wind is good, I'll be giving them permits, and you can work it out in the next stage. You understand that this does not make sense. It doesn't make sense that every citizen should keep up with every single action and look at the Viavia, as we call it in Greece. There's a transparency webpage to see what is loaded there and react within 10 or 15 days in order to avoid seeing their property or seeing their land butchered by wind farms sprawling throughout the place. I don't want to be a scaremonger. Let me tell you that as a person, I'm in favor of green energy. Yes, but green energy should be pursued in a correct way, not with anarchy, not in a chaotic manner. Let us avoid seeing the repetition of city planning problems that existed since the beginning of the Greek state. Let's not have this situation with wind farms as well, because we'll be speaking about green energy. We'll fill Kythira with wind farms, and especially you living there, because I suppose that people could say, we live far away, so what do we care? No, I believe it's the responsibility of every single one of us to take part in this effort. We shouldn't allow this chaotic installation of wind farms to take place in Kythira or any other place for that matter. Some citizens have started in an individual level, and let me grab the opportunity to congratulate citizens from abroad on their initiative, despite the fact that they live in Kythira only for a few months during vacation. For all intents and purposes, they've been sensitized, they have awareness, they've understood problems and acted accordingly. I saw that there were big reactions among Kytherians as well. All of us united need to cope with the matter. My position is that all of us need to tackle the problem, and I believe that municipality and the domestic wealth board should be pioneers and notify the Greek government of the requirements and tell them that Kythira have decided to move in this particular manner, legally speaking, and we have the power to do so because, as the president of the domestic wealth board have said, we have a wild card. We have the great asset that is the ownership status of Kythira. Now, whether the energy community is the answer to the problem, I do not know. I know for sure that an energy community that Kytherians themselves would define would definitely be far, far better compared to what they're endeavoring to do in Kythira at the moment. Let me remind you, for all of you that are not familiar with what's happening, that at least 9 wind farms are connected with applications submitted by private companies. 4 have been approved. This is stage number 1. It's important to say that as you won't see wind turbines installed in Kythira on the mountaintops tomorrow morning, and the mayor was very right in accentuating that. However, it's important to understand that if you fail to react during the first step or stage, then things will be very, very difficult for you to go on in due course. Because if there is no reaction to production permit, then we'll have other studies, environmental impact studies, stages, etc. And then the private company will come and say, if you had objections, why didn't you raise them during the first step? So you understand that this is a fight that has already started, and I believe that everyone needs to take part in it. We need to start from scratch. Not wanting to tie you further, let me share a personal experience with you because I've worked in matters related to big projects. I handled the greatest part of the Fili landfill. If you do not know, this is the landfill regarding the waste, solid waste of the entire wider area of Attica, among other things. So this landfill of Fili was a project situated in the area of Anoliosia. The Greek state trespassed, and I mean that literally, and there are court decisions verifying what I'm saying. So the Greek state literally encroached on property of private individuals. They had recycling plants set there, catering for the interests of the Bobola company and other energy companies, and they didn't compensate the private individuals who were entitled to the money. And when they wanted money, the Greek state said, it's not up to me to give you the money. It started in 2007, now it's the year 2021, and most landowners have not received any money until today. I'm saying this in order to strike a warning note, because sometimes people take things lightly and they say the state is involved, we won't be left to our own devices. No, this is a misconception. Everyone should react, because the 9 people that I represented in the case of the Fili landfill were fully compensated within the first 6 years, and others are still pending. So we need to fight for things that we should regard as foregone conclusions, unfortunately. I'll attend the rest of the meeting. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to oblige you. Thank you, Mr. Mintzia. Highly interesting were the things you shared with us regarding what's happening elsewhere, but first and foremost about where it is that we are standing that lies ahead of us. The next item to be discussed by us is highly interesting. It has to do with energy communities. And the title of the presentation is Creating Energy Communities. Mr Dimitris Tsekeris is the speaker. He's a mechanical engineer, and he graduated from the Polytechnic University of Athens and specialized and highly focused on energy. He has pursued master's degree in Denmark in sustainable energy, and he took part in formation of the framework for energy communities here in Greece. He works in the sector of energy policy and fair transition, just transition in Greece. I believe that your technical group has found him already and has activated his microphone. So, Mr. Tsekeris, the floor is yours. And I see that you've already shared your screens and we can see your slides. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation extended to me. I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee on the organization of this very important meeting. Let me start by saying that the mayor very aptly set the framework that regards the direction to be followed. I'll say a few things in due course. And I believe that the previous speaker, the lawyer, was very correct in outlining the problems that regard licensing and licensing procedures governing the renewable energy sources sector. Let me say as an indication that in the last tender for RES, renewable energy sources, there were applications for 40 gigawatts, 1,860 applications. The country has installed RES power. And in the previous cycle, we had a 5-fold increase, which denotes the great interest. Let's see why it is that we have it there and how everything that was said before falls within this framework in terms of spatial planning. I shall talk about the framework and the analysis of energy communities. Let me start immediately. First of all, why is it that we are talking about this matter to begin with? The mayor said it as an introduction, climate change. At this moment, there is a global effort made in order to limit the increase of temperature and to have it lower than 2 degrees, trying to hit the target of 1.5 degrees centigrade compared to pre-industrial levels. The previous diagram was from WWF, and you'll see what it will mean for Greece to have an increase of temperature of 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. Now that we are speaking globally, we have exceeded plus 1.1 degrees centigrade, and the orbit that we are following will lead us to 3.3. Let me tell you that an increase of temperature by 3.3 degrees centigrade compared to pre-industrial levels is a huge increase, and it means that the planet, our very planet, will be uninhabitable within a century. We've already started seeing things. We see freak weather phenomena, and we see that the frequency is far higher and biodiversity issues are thorny. But let us examine the framework. The country is part of the European Union. On the level of energy demands, there are certain goals that have been set. The country is fulfilling the goals through the ESEC that you see, that is the NECP, the National Energy and Climate Plan, the revised one that Greece submitted to the European Commission at the end of 2019. Reduction of CO2 emissions 42%, and the goal was 55% with the European Green Deal. And in particular, in the midst of the pandemic, and we'll see this afterwards, there are new goals set that are far more ambitious. Instead of 40%, you see that the goal, the year 2030, is 55%. That is CO2 emissions should be reduced by 55%. This will carry along the RES that will be expedited, and of course, energy efficiency, which is of paramount importance, and we need to prioritize that. All this will lead us to climate neutrality. That is a neutral balance of carbon dioxide for the year 2050. Because of the pandemic, at the moment, the two basic pillars that will be emphasized and funded are the following: green recovery and digital transformation that we can see on the slide. So in this process, we need to take into account that starting from 2030, the goal for RES will be participation in the generation of electricity for more than 80%, that is RES participation of 80% and over that. This will be related to energy efficiency targets. The role of local government in the process of energy transition is pivotal by all means. So, taking into account these data and framework, the question that arises is the following: what will be the vehicle for energy transition in order to cope with a phenomenon that is accentuated impressively during the pandemic, unfortunately, and what will be the participation of citizens? And we'll talk about it now. And this is the outline for energy communities. Energy communities came as a result of the fact that energy markets opened. What are the subjects of transition? Up until the time that the energy communities were established, we had the public sector with the companies and private companies. If I may say so, here we have the role of the energy communities that are wedged in the intermediate space. So this is a new subject for energy transition. This instrument has all the safeguards in order to increase the penetration of RES and to have them accepted overall in order to cope with energy poverty and to have energy efficiency. The characteristics are the following: synergies. There can be synergies of local communities, local businesses, individuals, local government. Insularity is important. This has to do with small islands. And the most important thing is energy democracy that has to do with public discourse, democratic participation and decision-making, but every member has one vote irrespective of the percentage they have. You can see a timeline showing us how the process has evolved. There was a law which passed with the great majority in the Hellenic Parliament in the year 2018. The speaker showed us, but didn't mention the law. What is the energy community? The energy community, first of all, is based on several general provisions. There are many special provisions, but there are general provisions. 1667 is the law. So this is an urban cooperative and an exclusive target aiming at social solidarity in economy and innovation in energy. And you can see here production, storage, consumption, supply, etc. Who has the right to participate? Everyone, to put it plainly. Be they persons with a legal capacity, they can be public or private legal entities, and of course, local government organizations. There are some criteria regarding locality, because there is value to the local character. And that is the reason why we have the accentuation of the local feature. In order to have an energy community, the process to be followed is quite simple. The magistrate court step has been cancelled, as it happened with all urban cooperatives, civil cooperatives. There is a statute, an article of association, it is signed, and then it is registered duly. Let us examine the categories. Even though you won't see it mentioned like this in the law, but in order to set the record straight, there are two types of energy community: non-profit making and profit making. The difference lies in the ability or not ability to distribute the excess produced after keeping the reserve. If we have a not-for-profit energy community and we have 100 euros at the end of the fiscal year, the 10 euros will be deposited for the reserve fund, and the remaining 90 will be used again for the purposes of the energy community that we'll see. So especially for ventures where we have the participation of local authorities or municipalities, I believe that energy communities of non-profit is a logical choice. We need 5 members minimum. The mayor said before that we have the issue of the participation of the region. In this case, if we have the municipality and the region, I suppose the energy community could consist of 3 members. And indicatively, now let me say, municipalities reach 40% of the share, especially for small islands with fewer than 3,100 inhabitants, it can be 50%. I suppose at the moment we could have the participation of 3 members, provided that one of them would be the region. So in this category, the distribution of profit is not allowed. Profit energy communities, this is business-centered for people who want to delve in the matter and pursue energy community interests. At least 15 members are needed here, and we need to have a majority of persons. And here, of course, the distribution of profit is allowed. Every member has 1 vote, irrespective of the cooperative capital, while the profit or not-for-profit nature remains unchanged throughout the course of the energy community. So if you establish it in one form, you can't change it afterwards. The scope of activity, I don't want to tire you, says the speaker, by overanalyzing, but whatever we have in the energy sector, an energy community can do. They can produce, they can store, they can consume, manage raw material in order to have biomass, biogas energy, energy products, electrification, e-mobility, which is something that will form part and parcel of our lives. We've seen it already. I suppose they could be distributors, they could be suppliers, they could render energy services, etc. But apart from obligatory activities and potential ones, what is important, especially for local administration, is what regards social energy policies. So Through an energy community, a municipality could undertake action and take activity or take initiative in order to cope with energy poverty for people living below the poverty line, irrespective of whether or not these people are members of the energy community. Beneficiaries, that is, need not be strictly from this area. It just suffices for them to be vulnerable citizens. Now, regarding support and incentives, some incentives have been done away with, especially concerning taking part in tenders and calls. From the 1st of January 2022, all energy communities, on the basis of what the ministry said, will have to go to tenders. Let me make the distinction between this activity and the activity of selling energy. There are better tariffs there. There are letters of guarantee that are lower, better. Recently, there was a report regarding challenges and proposals concerning the development of energy communities in Greece. You can find it. You can look it up by simply typing keywords on the net, so to speak, and especially regarding citizens' energy communities and the terms that was set by the ministry regarding whether these energy communities will exist in the same form in the year 2022, we'll see that perhaps there'll be an equalization between the two statuses. In my opinion, this is a wrong strategy, says the speaker. Now, let us see how it is that the energy community is managed. 1667 is the law that we mentioned before. There's a General Assembly. This is the most important instrument. We have the Board of Directors approving budgets. We have the BOD under the general guidance in smaller ventures. It is a little bit more centralized, and there is an optional supervisory board that undertakes the task of supervision and audit of procedures. I'd like to say the following. Energy communities aim at creating a new production model, a new paradigm that is based on investments, focusing on true employment and labor in order to solve energy poverty and energy accessibility. I didn't know what the situation in Kythira is. If you have citizens there in this particular category, in Greece, things are very difficult, and municipalities have started undertaking such initiatives. We have the benefit rechanneled to society and producers. There is an alternative opinion created regarding the very important pivotal role of the local government that can truly have a very important role to play in order to enhance production paradigm shift and reduce costs for local organizations. As we said before, it's very important. And this is very important for Antikythira. Apart from participation to energy costs, citizens can partake of energy production, and they can take part in decision-making processes of their land and their lives. So, in short, we are talking about decentralized production and consumption of energy resources, which is important in order to achieve all these ambitious environmental goals that will grow ever more demanding as years go by. Now, regarding implementation, I can't elaborate on the matter within 10 or 15 minutes. For example, if we are talking about a not-for-profit energy community that will do net metering in order to match the energy with the buildings, the installations and facilities of the municipality in order to reduce the bills, that is, it can do that, and it can give energy to vulnerable people. We said that it can be a committee of 3 members or 5 members. The municipality takes part. Citizens could also take part. This is one of the cases. We have articles of association. I shan't dwell on the matter further than that. So we can have this program for the reduction of energy cost and the combating of energy poverty, and we can have the municipality come up with a list of vulnerable consumers, see what the energy needs of buildings are. Some people can be responsible in order to follow up the matter, and through energy communities and through the offsetting of energy, we can offset the consumption of vulnerable consumers, and we can have there the city hall consumption or the gym of the area, etc. And this will be offset with the generated energy from the photovoltaic the station of the area. You can see here the benefits. The municipality will be employing energy policy programs for vulnerable people and reduce costs, energy costs for buildings and municipality infrastructure, enabling the municipality to channel the extra money somewhere else. Now, some data regarding the cost. Regarding energy offsetting, the limit is 3 megawatts. We want to see whether energy communities will attain to that limit. Think of it as a surprise if they're not there. For 1 megawatt, we need 10 to 15 stremas, as we say in Greek. But regarding energy, the virtual net metering, rather, we need to have all the metering devices under the same provider. This is a problem sometimes. And of course, the issue that we mentioned before is important. E-mobility, these photovoltaic farms could give energy in order to have electrification of cars. And from this point onwards, the municipality could electrify its fleet wherever it is necessary. And of course, costs are indicative. There is a process. I can't elaborate on that any further. Conclusions. Energy communities constitute a good vehicle of innovation by establishing a new framework for the participation of everyone in the process of energy transition, energy democracy, as it is called in Europe, in countries like Denmark or Belgium or Spain. This particular rationale was quite popular. The Greek law is regarded as model law, and we can see that European countries are following this procedure. Energy communities are ideal in order to decrease energy costs and combat energy poverty. Local organizations can be pioneers in this particular endeavor, and of course, we have increased or added value on a regional local level, and we have local acceptance for RES heightened, and we have a paradigm shift in energy. But most importantly, a process, a colossal transformation needs society by its side. We cannot endeavor such huge steps without having society by our side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I apologize if I've abused your time, says the speaker.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Τσέκερη. Δεν σας διέκοψα γιατί ήταν εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέροντα αυτά που μας είπατε, έστω και αν ξεπεράσατε κατά το χρόνο.
Thank you, Mr. Charchalakis. No, it's all right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your details, for sharing with us your details, and very useful for many of us. I suppose you'll keep supporting Kythira and for everything that in general. Our next topic is energy communities and small islands, challenges and perspectives. We have here with us today Mr Petros Markopoulos, a graduate of the Engineers School of the National Polytechnic School of Athens, and with a postgraduate degree in development and environment. He has worked in education, and now he works the Sustainable Solutions Network, specializing in energy planning, cooperating with the local societies, and he is also he comes from a family from Kythira. So thank you very much, Mr. Markopoulos. Welcome, and please adhere to your time frame. Hello, I'm very happy to be here with you in this event, and I'm very thrilled from the level and the quality of the presentations and the vast participation, and I'm very happy to be next to Kythirians and with Kythirians. I'll proceed as fast as possible with my presentation. So let me start with the way the energy system has changed and how this all starts this discussion about energy communities. The so this system moves towards a more decentralized and more democratized system from a verticalized structure with a state company controlling the production, transport, and distribution of energy. Now, new technologies for the production of and managing energy and information distribution give us the possibility to play a role in all this process. Indeed, this developments is integrated in the European institutional framework and gives citizens and the local municipalities to play a role in the formation of energy planning. So this in 2008, the European Commission establishes the agreement between mayors and which unified energy communities and developed relevant tools. In 2015, there was the agreement between mayors on climate and energy and identified the targets for 2030, adding commitments of adjustment to climate change. And finally, with winter package, the large package of policies regarding energy supported actively the decentralization of energy production in local energy communities. Indeed, the Kythirian municipality since 2016 has established a plan of action, an energy plan of action, a very good step towards the direction of satisfying local needs and proceeding to local actions compared to all these plans that made us react, which is very reasonable and very well expected. Let me enter the challenges of production and energy production and management in the islands. Mr. Mayor talked about that. Kythira is a connected island, but Antikythira are not connected and have the highest energy cost in Europe, more than 350 euros per megawatt while in continental Greece, the cost was only 55 euros, while the average cost in non-connected islands is about 125 euros per megawatt. But Kythira have other problems. Sometimes due to the difficult conditions and the nature of this establishments, so there are problems in the quality of the electricity grid and the electricity quality that reaches the consumers. Also, another challenge is the perenniality of demand. In the islands, for instance, there is a very high demand during the summer months, 4 times as high as the winter months. For instance, in Crete. And other challenges that islands face are the conflicts of land use due to the limited space, limited resources, the sensitivity of ecosystems, the lack of climate scale economies, and the higher cost of due to transportation and the need to transport many materials and even personnel from continental Greece to the islands. The islands are very susceptible to climate change and the lack of water, the increased sea level. Mr Tsekeris talked about these things. And there is a lack of water and sometimes need for desalting. And also there are some characteristics that can make them very advantageous areas for implementing new technologies. Most infrastructure is on the island and under the management of the municipality. Secondly, the need for innovation may make islands more a better ground for implementing new technologies. So island people have acknowledged that and have proceeded towards this end with a series of initiatives that I want to really analyze. I'll just mention some of them. Islands have managed to be acknowledged as pioneers in clean energy. One of these initiatives is a Smart Island initiative. In 2017, 33 local and regional island communities and 15 member states have signed the Declaration of Smart Islands. This initiative, Smart Islands, has agreed, represents the agreement that islands will be the laboratories for innovation in all areas: technology, society, environmental, the environment, and financial sector. Also covers the aspects of transportation, water resources, waste handling. The European Commission has really embraced this initiative, and in 2017 has established the Clean Energy for EU Islands with the political declaration of Valletta between 14 member states. In September 2017, the European Commission started this initiative through a public event in Chania, and in June 2017, there was a cooperation in the European Parliament, and in 2020, there was a memorandum of cooperation. The last step in this whole procedure is the funding of the MESOI mechanism, or the European Islands Facility, that will last 4 years and gives technical support to implement projects that will cover islands for clean energy. Propositions should be submitted for 28 islands, 9 among them are in Greece. So all this dynamic has been acknowledged both nationally and on a European level, and we can see a series of initiatives either that try to use make use of this all these possibilities for the island population, which are pioneers in innovation and the new technological solutions, and try to promote new solutions. Some other projects are Sifnos Smart Island, Telos project, the Telos project, the cooperative company of Sifnos, which is very interesting, the hybrid station of Ikaria, that was established by the renewable sources, the strategy which will be turned into a green island, and a smart green island at Astipali Island. So it is very clear that there's a huge potential and a dynamic effort to turn this islands into a power source, not as to turn these islands from weak players into the strongest players, and make them an advantage for these countries. And it is an unfortunate event to have to discuss in this way on this about these projects, because this project has nothing to do with the interests of islanders. So what are the requirements in order for these islands to become laboratory of innovation and sustainable development? The first thing to do is to promote integrated solutions of handling of managing our island infrastructure by combining clean energy production projects with energy sustainability, and of course promote new models of cumulative implementation of clean energy projects. So now we have the possibility to speak about the integrated managing of infrastructure to boost energy performance and energy. The greenest megawatt per hour is the one that is not consumed. So we have to save energy and make smart use of water, transport, and also we must discuss about new models of cumulative implementation of projects, clean energy projects, especially for Antikythira. We can experiment more freely and discuss about desaltation and smart public lighting adjusted with the real characteristics of the islands, buildings that are built with smart devices, smart marinas with offering special services, electric vehicle charging stations, and of course hybrid station electricity. All this can be managed by energy communities with the help, of course, of the municipalities, the municipal communities, and of course in cases with the help of the academic community and universities. And I'm glad I have heard about the Antikythira initiative. The benefits are many, and the improvement of the provided quality of services, the minimization of the local pollution, the reduction of the financial burden on the citizens, the creation of new jobs, and the contribution in the development, the tourist development of the island. Let me say, refer to some very briefly to some examples. This instance is very typical. The installation of solar devices and solar panel devices, the electric cars, the electric vehicles. The municipality and tourism professionals can install electric vehicle charging stations for electric vehicles. And of course, they can create a car sharing method for both residents and tourists. Another solution is to improve an energy upgrade of buildings and also use biofuels from organic waste where and biofuel waste can be organic waste can be used as biofuels in various ways. That this biofuel can also produce electricity. By closing up, I would like to add my personal concerns on the regarding Kythira. I am very happy from what I've heard from the mayor and the president of the Domestic Wealth Board. And no matter how we view this problem, the installation of all these wind turbines is not in the interest of the island, is not in the benefit of satisfying an energy needs. What these projects have a huge cost, and I doubt that residents can cover this cost. But even in that case, in order to just have wind turbines and wind farms is in no way a response to the energy needs of the island. On the contrary, we are talking about competitive planning from the local community with the mayor, with the municipality as the pioneers that can make Kythira a model, a role model for all Greek islands in energy saving and energy management. We must be part of the solution of providing clean energy. We are not among those who doubt climate change. We cannot turn back and leave others give solutions for climate change problems. We have to help. We must be responsible and give clean energy solutions, but also we must request and demand the institutional boost of energy planning and energy communities. These institutional initiatives should be to enhance dialogue with the local authorities. We can't have licenses be granted without the participation of the municipality, and we can't have the mayor looking on the internet to find that decisions have been taken for his island. Also, the regulatory framework regarding wind farms must be very specific, become more specific and individualized, customized per island for the needs of each island. So, for instance, we can't speak about the Greek islands in the terms that we are talking about in Germany. In Greece, the land area and the land configuration is completely different to the one in Germany. When we have to open roads at the top of mountains, so we have to boost the efforts for clean energy plans performed by the local communities and the local authorities to organize and contact other islands to investigate any possibilities that there can be regarding the use of the sea bed and the sea in general, and we have to discuss about that and maybe resolve the energy targets that our country has set with much less cost. And finally, we have to demand new funding tools and motivation for energy communities. Mr. Tsekeris talked about that. It's very important for this law that there's already in our hands, we already have in our hands to create energy communities and become equal players in the energy game. We have to use them and prevent any isolation of the local communities from the energy game. And so Kythira must become a role model for sustainable development and energy transfer, and with the participation of our local authorities and the citizens to cover the energy needs of the island. To use a single institution of that we only have in Kythira of the domestic health board. It is very important when we're talking. Let's agree that we may accept some wind turbines to cover our own needs, to create procedures with the participation of citizens on the location of these wind turbines. Let us not be afraid to speak about that, to hold meetings and talks about these things, and we can promote a new identity for the island as a green and sustainable destination. And finally, the proposition is excellent, and I fully support that, to turn Antikythira into a zero carbon footprint island with a high business initiative. So, thank you very much. I'm open to any questions and discussion. Thank you, Mr. Markopoulos. You have surpassed your time by a lot, but I didn't want to interrupt you because before moving on, It was very interesting. Thank you very much. Before moving on to questions, one of the speakers asked to make something clear, Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours. You have the maximum 3 minutes.
Πού είναι ο κύριος Άννα, ωραία.
Ναι, θα είμαι πιο σύντομος.
Yes, I'll be briefer. Some things have been heard, and in order to create a better ground for questions, I would like to give some details regarding the energy policy in specific points related to the municipality. Of course, the municipality of Kythira participates in the agreement between mayors since 2005, and within 2021 will update with new data this preservation plan that has been established since then, the management plan of sustainable energy. Regarding smart lighting, we are ready to offer these things. We have completed the studies and we are expecting the funding. During this period, we have the treaties program that is ongoing and has a special invitation for electric transportation. Initiatives will give access to at least 10 municipal vehicles, access to electric charging stations, and within 2021 we are obligated to complete this plan as a result of the community legislation, and also will will prepare a very big proposition regarding energy consuming procedures, i.e. the municipal building and other buildings do not consume so much energy, but water supply does, biological cleaning does. So we have to move on to these things. And I also have to add that at this point, we have completed the discussions for the 21-27 funding framework of the European Union, and I follow up these things very closely. I represent the smallest Greek municipality among those participating in the regional commission. And there are two policy objectives. Number two, that relates to energy issues, and number 5, that relates more specifically to island and mountain communities, and more specifically areas like Kythira and Antikythira are characterized by the European Commission as either very scarcely populated or a very open, environmentally friendly. And despite the fact that our municipality has very few personnel, will be able to implement these initiatives and will have a financial burden removed from both the municipality and the citizens if we reduce the energy cost of water supply, which will be reduced. So this is what I wanted to add and open the ground for questions. Thank you very much for your clarifications, Mr. Mayor. And so let's move to the part of questions. I have four questions. Sorry?
Είναι η Ronia Anastasiadou από τη Sifnos, η επόμενη ομιλήτρια.
Έχω μια παλιά έκδοση.
I have an old version of the agenda, so let's move on to Mrs. Anastasiadou, who will make a presentation about the energy community in a Cyclades island, and is also a member of the board of the cooperative union of Sifnos. Mrs. Anastasiadou, the floor is yours. Yes, we can hear you. Good evening, good afternoon from the Energy Cooperative of Sifnos. Thank you very much for your invitation Congratulations on your organization and the speakers that they were all to the point. I'm very glad to hear that the first step, the one that regards the acknowledgement that the local community has to make something to improve the energy consumption of an area has already been done. We also have participated in the public discussion, and I'm open to questions on many of the issues that have been proposed by the previous speakers, and we have dealt with these issues in the past. I ask you for your... I'll turn off my camera and I'll try to share my screen.
Δεν ξέρω αν δεν το βλέπετε ακόμη.
You still can't see it, I guess.
Share screen.
Do you have the share screen option? Yes, the speaker says.
Έχω ανοίξει και το αρχείο.
Yes, and I have my file open.
Ναι, είμαστε εντάξει, μας δίνετε. Οκ, ευχαριστώ.
Ωραία.
Yes, okay, we are on. So let me start with facts about Sifnos. Sifnos is one of the non-connected islands with a central grid of Greece. It's an island in Cyclades with about 2,500 permanent residents, with 95,000 tourists visiting the island every year. The maximum demand of electric power is about 2.5 megawatts for the 8 months a year, and in August 6.5 megawatts. The annual total demand for electricity is provided by the central electricity organization, with the consumption is 4,850 KLTs of diesel. The connection of Sifnos is expected after the fourth phase, where the island is not included, based on the 10-year program. And the history of our of the energy, the wind farms in Sifnos started in 1989 with an effort by the day to install a plant to measure the wind potential at Sifnos. Based on these results, it has installed 2 wind turbines and started to install more at the Hieronissos area. And then there was reaction that led to Council of State recourse, which this Council of State, the decision of the Council of State, make the positive reaction of the Council of State to the reaction of the local community helped help the environment. Since then, there was a small group of the residents that decided to create an energy cooperative based on the standards of and the model of energy cooperatives in Western Europe. They traveled, they studied the benefits of wind energy, and they realized that the market is changing. Then they were convinced by the announcement of the leaders of Greece and the EU that there was an emergent need to develop wind farms in order to deal with the climate change. So they conceived a vision to have the island become independent and with the development of wind farms, and had other people get involved who either loved the islands or came in love with the islands after their involvement in this vision. This energy and development cooperative of Sifnos was established in 2013 based on law 1667 of 1986 and the basic principles of the International Cooperative Alliance, with the participation of Sifnos friends and residents regarding the sustainable development of the island. In order to reach its goals, it has signed an agreement with the municipality of Sifnos and also became part of the risk of EU and drafted a study for 100% energy autonomy of Sifnos, independence of Sifnos, thanks to the wind farms, and developed other initiatives to reduce, for instance, the use of plastic bags in the island. Sifnos and the effort to achieve energy independence of the island was promoted as a worldwide example and role model. The relevant video to promote this effort is available on our website and this URL on YouTube. 3 years later, in 2016, after a serious research regarding the available choices, alternatives, a lot of traveling and contacts with other experts in Europe and other places, there was an open discussion about the submission of an proposition for the energy independence of Sifnos. The general board, the board of directors, submitted this optimal proposal and submitted the proposal in 2016 and was submitted to the RAE in September 16 for to be granted license for the production of clean energy. The first step for the energy independence was the establishment of a hybrid station of a total guaranteed power of 8 megawatts with a wind farm of 11.5 megawatts and a reversible hydroelectric park of 8 megawatts with and deposit of salt water with a cost of about 37 million euros. And this is a picture with 5 circles that you can see are the wind turbines. Please, can you make your screen? Can you put your screen on full screen? It'll be much easier for participants to follow your speech. You have this message from our technicians. I can't switch it full screen on, and the technicians give advice, relevant advice. Please turn it on the right. You'll see where the arrow is. Yes, the technicians gives relevant advice to the speaker. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. So the proposed hybrid station of Sifnos will cover the entire demand of Sifnos for electricity, and which will increase gradually and will cover both buildings and transportation and boat movements, and will turn Sifnos into an independent island. This proposed project was designed in a way with minimal environmental impact, including the aesthetics, and we won't be visible from any of the areas in the island, the villages of the island. So it will preserve the tourist character of the island. Our future plans will produce hydrogen or artificial gas with a surplus of the produced electricity, especially during the summer months. Our annual regular board in 2018 unanimously decided to turn the energy cooperative of Sifnos into an energy community based on the new law in order to facilitate the entry of new members, which is very important for us. A few months later, in October 2018, we had a visit from the Special Secretariat of the European Commission for Clean Energy, and in order to promote the transfer of islands of the EU to clean energy. In the same month, the municipality of Sifnos decided to offer its unanimous support to our cooperative and to have the municipality participate in the energy community as soon as it is established. With our persistence and dedication to our vision, despite any challenges we faced since September 2020, 4 years after the submission of our application, we have the authorization to operate the hybrid station of Sifnos, and we are preparing for the next stage and the environmental impact study that will be submitted in a few months. Also, we have procedures going on to turn the energy cooperative into an energy community and have Sifnos become 100% energy independent. I'll close up with this poster from the Energy Day of the European Union. I'll explain later. We can see the sea of energy transfer from, and you can see the boat and the paddles with energy people and then a plant. So one has to do the participation of people and the technical plans. This previous slide was presented in the Energy Day in Katowice, where we were honored to represent the active European citizens who participate in the active the energy movement of the European Union. And so we need the participation of both citizens and the local community. In Sifnos, we used the reduction of the use of plastic as the first step. Of course, you in Kythira will find your own steps and footsteps. And the most important thing is for the energy transition to become be made easily and smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was excellent by all means and quite useful. And I would like to also personally thank you for keeping within the time limit, says our moderator. Now we have reached the point for the Q&A. I have a number of questions, most of which are in English. I think that most questions are addressed to Mr. Mintzia, so do hope and trust that you're still with us and ready to answer. Mayor, I believe that there are at least 2 questions addressed to you, and there is a question addressed to everyone. Well, let me start with the first one that I have before me. Michelle Chaniotis is the lady that wrote the question.
Τη στιγμή που οι ιδιοκτήτες της γης είναι αντίθετοι, γιατί κάνουν τις προσφυγές?
Proprietors of land are against something. Why is it that we take things to court? Would you like me to answer questions one by one? No. Let me ask all the questions and you can answer afterwards, because one answer may satisfy more than one question. Second question by Mr. James Preneur. Prineas, who asked, do we need to exhaust all judicial routes before we take recourse to European courts, for instance, when it concerns Natura areas? I can help you there if you need that, says the moderator. Another question to you again, Mr. Mintzia. Again, James Prineas. If we have all the permits, the licenses, the funding, the land, the number of participants, etc., how fast can wind turbine permits be granted? And is there a cost analysis? There is a question. Let me find the translation, says the speaker. It's quite long, in fact.
George Zapas.
Mr. George Zapas asked the question, which is the following. In a previous meeting, the mayor explained to us the fact that the Greek government is in favor of RES and has been supporting them, but has not explained how this will be evaluated by people. Greece took part in the Paris Agreement of 2016, following the Agenda for Climate Change 2020, and the national and European commitment for the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. Could Greek courts exhibit indifference concerning the legal matters concerning trespasses or licensing problems? For example, in America, courts were in favor of the big development companies, even though they actually violated regulations and despite local reactions. What happens with Greek courts? Have they stopped a developmental program that people are against precisely because there have been environmental issues raised? And there are another two questions. Let me find them. A question addressed to everyone indiscriminately. I don't know who asked the question, but it's interesting. How many of the participants are willing first to become founding members of an energy community, supposing that the costs are quite low or negligible? Number two, how many would be willing to participate and contribute 200 euros or more, if they can, in order to set up an energy community? And I have a last question. This is addressed to you, Mr. Mayor, and it's again asked by James Prineas. Let me translate, says our moderator. Since the mayor is a member of the governing party, a party that has been promoting the installation of wind turbines in the area of Kythira and elsewhere, is the mayor ready to make written commitments that he'll do everything in his power in order to stop the effort to establish massive wind farms in Kythira? And does the mayor believe that the municipal council that he presides over can either approve or reject the use of the Kytherian land? Rather, corrects the speaker, the land that pertains to the domestic wealth, in order to create wind turbine farms. If he believes that, is he ready to commit himself to not allowing the use of domestic wealth for this purpose? Now you have all the questions as the moderator, and I would suggest that we start with Mr. Mintzia, who was asked most questions. Would you like to start providing answers, Mr. Mintzia? Yes, of course, I've kept a few notes. Well, Madam Michel to ask the first question, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, why proceed to an appeal if, for all intents and purposes, it is a sine qua non to have an ownership status. The truth is that it's difficult to explain things within the framework of a brief meeting like ours. The legislative framework is a maze of regulations, and it dictates the reasons why one may move and take things to court and make an appeal. The answer is yes. Ownership status is of pivotal importance regarding whether or not wind turbines can be installed or not. But the difference lies in the fact that our legislation keeps changing, and it's one thing to have one player that will react, in this particular case, the domestic wealth. If other citizens do not react, then I suppose the decision would be up to the mayor and the domestic wealth. If the legal framework changes, and it has changed twice already, let me explain. In order to grant a permit for production, for the regulatory authority for energy, it was a prerequisite to safeguard the location for installation. That is, the candidate investor needed to show that they have safeguarded the location for installation, but this is a criterion that is no longer abided by RAE, the authority, in order to expedite the procedure. So you understand that in order to expedite and accelerate things for licensing, most constitutional rights of citizens are at risk of being violated. That is why it is important for people to react to begin with. Is it necessary to take things to court? Yes, it is the succinct answer. Another question, do we need to exhaust court actions in Greek courts before we take things to European courts, especially regarding Natura protected areas? I shall ask for your help if I need it, but my opinion is that in Greece, you need to take things up to the Council of State Civil Court, so the Supreme Court and Supreme Special Courts in case of a dichotomy of opinion between civil and penal courts, and then you take things to European courts. So the answer, in my opinion, is yes, we need to exhaust legal remedies here in Greece, and then we need to take recourse to the European Union Court. On the level of legal activities, for one to proceed to something before the European Council or any other body in the European matter, this is, of course, a thought that can be entertained. I don't believe I have an answer for the third question, Mr. Pinez. If I may intervene here, says our moderator, one can actually have a pre-litigation issue examined by a Greek court before moving to the European court. I don't know what stage it happens. This is up to you to see, but if there is any question or doubt regarding a community directive, there is a preliminary question addressed to the court. Yes, but things will go to the end, that is the highest of courts, special courts, in case of difference of opinion regarding interpretation. Regarding the third question of Mr. Pinez, I don't suppose I'm the most suitable one to answer because he talked about all permits. He asked about the cost of the system for the wind turbines. Is this question really addressed to me? I don't suppose I have an answer there.
Μισό λεπτάκι, γιατί επίσης υπάρχει και μια άλλη...
Wait a moment. Let me check. There is another question. I have the other question. The other question is, if I'm not mistaken, we heard that in the United States and in other countries, for the sake of green energy and the commitments undertaken by states endorsing the Convention of Paris or any other convention dedicated to energy, whether this, in effect, gives a green light to all courts to accept all investments taking place in Greece. No, categorically no is my answer. Greek courts are faced with this issue of momentum regarding the best juncture to try and rule on such cases. And by the way, in this case, I think that it's very important. It's ideal to talk about RES and wind farms at this particular moment. It's a good time. People have started understanding and seeing that this installation of wind turbines, the length and breadth of the country without a solid program is omnipresent. There are cases in islands and continental Greece, and courts have stopped investments for wind farms, and some of the private investors threaten to turn against private individuals. This is indeed provocative, and it's a blackmail, something that aims at intimidating people, preventing them from reacting. This will have no result, but it creates enmity between citizens of a certain place and investors, because the state, I believe, has not set a framework for these investments on purpose. So if they tell any investor, ask any investor to provide them with a program where they can install wind turbines, and the state says that I'll entertain your application and let's have the citizens go to court afterwards, this is not right. Everybody needs to be serving the same purpose. And the last comment, this is something that happens, I believe, only in the sector of energy, and it is the most provocative legal paradox that I myself have seen, and I would like to stand corrected if you know something different. In all the stages of an administrative hearing, in civil courts, and in all relations of private individuals, that is citizens with the state, with the administration, when you make an application to the state, or you make a petition and the state does not answer anything to you, then this is regarded as a tacit rejection. So the state had to respond within 4 months when we made this appeal for revision of decision. They didn't answer. This is a tacit rejection. Now, with the new law by Minister Hatzidakis, just because we want to supposedly expedite procedures, if the administration does not answer the private investor that there is a problem or an impediment in the application, this is taken as a tacit acceptance. The tacit rejection regarding the protection of public interest, the wider public interest, that is everyone's interest, the interest of the Greek society, and all of a sudden this criterion has been reversed. I don't have something more to say on the matter. For all intents and purposes, I believe that if you have a quest for truth, you are bound to find truth. This is what I believe for the Greek courts, and I hope that I'll always believe the same. Thank you, Mr. Mintzia. Mr. Mayor, you have at least one question addressed to you. You have the floor. Well, I heard the question raised by Mr. Brineas. I believe that answers are self-evident. Besides, the unanimous decision of the Municipal Council 2 years ago in February was something that I triggered. No, last February, correct, the Speaker. I made a proposal, and this was the reaction. So any party membership or anything else is not involved in my practicing my duties, excuse me. I have my personal views. I expressed them to begin with, and the lady from Sifnos made a presentation, and she actually talked about the opinion no to everything. No to everything is an opinion that I don't agree on. No, there is no such thing as no to everything indiscriminately. So I would like to ask Madam Anastasiadou, if I remember correctly. Anastasiadou, yes, correct, as a moderator. I don't know whether she can answer later, because this is a legitimate question. When you had the proposal for Sifnos for the 2 wind turbines, if I heard you correctly, the Public Power Corporation, the DEI actions, if you hadn't taken things to court, that is to the Council of the State, and if the Public Power Corporation had proceeded to that plan, would it have been positive for Sifnos? And what would the consequences have been? I'm asking because in mind, I have similar court cases, and those in the know are aware of the Kapsali Marina case. Since the year 2005, they would have had 60 yachting positions marina in Kapsali with important proceeds for the local community. But some people back then went to the council of the state because they said that the rings, for example, attached to the yachts made a noise, preventing them from sleeping at night, which was ridiculous to begin with. And now, of course, this project has not been implemented for ridiculous reasons, on ridiculous grounds. So, Mr. Prineas, the municipal board and the domestic wealth board will go on acting as it should. We said no to the specific proposals for investments on the island of Kythira. And since we have ownership, there is no doubt that especially the domestic wealth board will never acquiesce to something which will be against the nature, the environment, the aesthetics, the structured and the built environment of Kythira and the volition of the people of Kythira. But let me clarify, especially for our foreign friends who may be listening, that the Domestic Wealth Board does not take orders from the municipality. It's an independent body. The Domestic Wealth Board is not subordinate to the mayor or any mayor. It's not, for example, like a port authority. It's a public legal entity under the Minister of the Interior. The Domestic Wealth Board is elected by a board of electors. They do not take orders from the municipality in order to act. It goes without saying, of course, that in such a matter, there is a wide collaboration and consensus in what concerns the reactions up to now. And as Mr. Mintzia said very correctly, especially regarding the question that was broached about the European courts, you don't go to a European court if you do not exhaust domestic legal procedures. You take things to the Supreme Court and you take things to the highest of levels. That is the Council of State. The Greek judges can ask a question, but it's up to the discretion of the judge. And it's not up to any of the two parts involved in any case. This is something that hardly ever happens, in all honesty. Hardly ever do we see a prejudicial question raised before the bodies of the European Union. So here, quite aptly, the Domestic Wealth Board, in unison with the municipality, took things to court. We are awaiting ruling. We shall exhaust the matter legally. We'll take things to the highest level. Of course, the case law of the Council of the State in most of cases has unfortunately been in favor of the big companies, at least until the year before last. Now, in the recent years, there has been greater reaction compared to that of prior periods in the issue of wind turbines, and I believe that justice itself will react accordingly and will see things under a different perspective. For all intents and purposes, I believe that we are following the correct direction. My opinion has never been no, no, no to everything, or yes, yes, yes to everything indiscriminately. We need to always find the golden medium, as Aristotle said. And for this reason, we need to be ready to create the energy future of the island ourselves, and not a third party that will see the island, or will look on the island as a res in Latin, that is, as an object. Mr. Prineas sent me a message, Mayor, and he's asking me to convey to you his thanks for your answer and your clarifications. Madam Anastasiadou, do you have something to say to the Mayor or add? Let me try to answer, even though we have no way of knowing what would have happened so many years ago when things were different, slightly different in the domain of energy generation and distribution. Of course, the area would have had a far better development than that of today, and I am very careful with my words. It would have grown far more because the Public Power Corporation, the as we call it, gave offset benefits, because there was an offset benefit regarding small boats, roads, playgrounds, the works. electricity bill discounts, you name it. These two wind turbines were installed last year, the year before last, after a long legal fight. They were installed to begin with, and there was no offset benefit. Something else that would have changed had they been installed would be our lives. That is the next step for energy transition and for extrication from the shackles of energy fuels. In the domain of awareness raising about RES, renewable energy sources, what they're all about, and regarding breaking certain myths, demonizing RES, and practical application. What does it mean to have two wind turbines in one part of the island? Two, let me stress, not 150 wind turbines. And there would have been a facilitation in technical aspects. That about covers it for me. But it didn't happen back then. Well, thank you. Mr Tsekeris and Mr Markopoulos, could you please answer the last question that we have? If we had everything in place, licenses, funding, land use, rights, sufficient number of participants, how fast can wind turbine installation permits be granted? And is there a cost to it? Could someone answer? Yes, let me say the following. Of course, there's a cost analysis. I don't know whether or not you can analyze things. Let me say the following. There are two procedures. One has to do with selling energy, following a specific procedure depending on installed capacity. And the second one concerns net metering involving the competent authority, the AVA. If we have all these ideal prerequisites described in the question, if we're talking about net metering, and we have solved the issue of our installation location, 1 megawatt that could cater to the need of 400, 500 homes, talking about energy demands that are domestic and costs, 500, 600,000 for 1 megawatt, this can be implemented within 18 months for net metering. I believe 18 months suffice, provided that we don't have serious delays on the part of competent operator, etc. Could I make a comment regarding what was said before about the lawyer said?
Η άδεια παραγωγής ονομάστηκε βεβαίως παραγωγού. Εκδόθηκε και ένας κανονισμός. Στον κανονισμό, λοιπόν, ο οποίος εκδόθηκε την 1η Δεκέμβρη, αν θυμάμαι, του 2020.
In December 2020, unfortunately, in this process does not include the evaluation of land coverage. And so in December, there were the land coverage of a huge land coverage. So this was a huge problem. And apart from the discussion on wind farms, this discussion has to take into account the property status, who is the owner, the ownership status. And there's haste, there's a faster rate of investments, while the administration, the powers are removed from the central administration in terms of the decision making for the licensing of wind farms and other energy projects. However, a very short time is given to respond to the licensing applications of only 10 days. And these are my two comments. And of course, if these two
Yes, we
will be able to have a business plan and to have our choices available. And obviously, and I'll close up on that. If we need to make any further discussion, I'm available, and we can do that. Let me return to what you have just said. With just one sentence, there are loans and funding that can be that can be streamed to the production of energy, of clean energy. Yes, one can get a loan much more easily if he sells electricity. For net metering, it is a little harder at that. In terms of that, the state has to be more helpful, and SHIP funding and the initial functional cost and all these issues must be regulated by the state in order for all this to help and ensure the sustainability of these efforts, because these efforts, these projects are sustainable and have a good performance, a high performance. Yes, thank you. Efficient. Let's move on with our next topic, and which is honey production and in Kythira. Mr Spyros Anestis, the president of the cooperative of honey production cooperative of Kythira. Mr Anestis, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yes. We can hear you very well. I would like to make to speak also because I am also trained on energy and electricity. I would like to speak as a citizen also, not only as the president of the Honey Producers Association. Many speakers said that the active participation of citizens is required. So I would like to speak as a citizen as well, and in terms also of the questions raised by people. First of all, they of course was a monopoly, and I don't want to speak in terms of politics. Was created by the liberal Americans as part of the Marshall Plan, and was functioned for 6 decades in Greece, and had to do with the production, the transport, and the distribution of energy in Greece. Please keep these words because they are trying to confuse us. Around 2010, it was decided to liberalize the energy sector in Greece in order for the EPEs to be able to take their share. And was dissolved at that point, and the production of electricity was liberalized and privatized. The transport of energy belongs to ATMIE. And at this stage, we had two choices: either to have a decentralized energy production locally by the local communities, or an industrial exploitation, taking as heritage the industrial production of dame. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the second one was chosen, and currently we have this situation. The monopoly of the was inherited by large industrial conglomerates that try to create huge industrial complexes for energy production under worse conditions than the ones implemented under they. And they are trying to seek this kind of energy at the tops of the mountains of the islands, and the Mediterranean areas, with all the consequences. In terms of the honey production of Kythira and the possibility of having wind farms installed in Kythira, you have to consider that at the radius of 1 kilometer, no honey producer will attempt to approach these farms, because I think you must have seen dead bees and next to the honey farms, but you won't see dead bees, but they'll be attached to the turbines, to the wind turbines. And you'll see more than 50% of these areas are covered by thyme and plants that are used for honey production, where these wind turbines are planted. So if they are installed there, it'll be disastrous for honey production. In addition, I also consider that, of course, we are obligated, of course, to produce the energy that we consume, at least. And as I have already said, each one should produce their own energy, the energy they consume. And this should be promoted by the state. Unfortunately, this hasn't been done. And there's this institutional framework of the energy community. The point is, as an energy community, what are our choices, our alternatives? Of course, we can form the energy community, but are we to establish air turbines, solar panels, biofuels? What are we going to choose? And when speaking about decentralized energy production, we are not talking about energy transfer. We cannot speak about this because this has to be out of the question. We must produce our own energy, the energy consumed in the island. The island should produce the energy it consumes. How is it going to be done? If we do this using wind turbines, if we have 5 megawatts of continuous consumption, we'll need a wind turbine of 15 megawatts. As you all know, they do not operate continuously, and they only produce 1/3 of their nominal power. So this will have as a result, when they will be fully operational, we will no longer speak about local consumption, but transfer of energy. And of course, ADMIE will ask us to have a cable, an undersea cable, and they'll ask us to grant a license to build 15 or 40 or 50 wind turbines. So we should completely forget about wind turbines in the island, and it's no solution for us. Solar panels will have at least 5 times as much power to ensure this amount of energy. 25 megawatts will be needed, which also must be out of the question. So what is left? Biofuel. Biofuels have two options. We have two options regarding biofuels. One is to burn and the other one is biogas. As the representative of primary production, I would like to emphasize the possibility of biogas. A biogas plant would give us the possibility not only to have electricity, it's completely operational or continuously operational. It won't have, we won't need to transfer energy, connect with Peloponnese or have hydroelectric stations. Using biogas, we can, in addition to having clean energy, it also gives us the possibility, you can see on the internet, at the biotechnology university site, you'll see how these technologies are used. And you can search online anywhere. You can see that there's a rapid development of this sector, energy sector. So, I'll go on. In terms of primary production, in addition to the production of electricity, and not only electricity, but also it can also be used as a fuel. The secondary product is also important. That is that can be used to upgrade the land of Kythira, the unused agricultural land of Kythira. And there's a lot of that in Kythira. There's no other way to upgrade unused and downgraded agricultural land unless you add organic matter. In addition, this kind of plant gives us the possibility, when speaking about biomass, to speak about any kind of biomass. It'll give the municipality a solution that it didn't have until today. It didn't have the possibility to make a selection of waste at the source, because the contents of brown beans will be of monetary value in such a plant, in such a unit. Also, the residues of olive processing plants and all the forest residues from opening a fire extinguishing zones. So this will give us a solution to all our problems regarding the waste management. All this organic matter will be turned into a value, will be able to improve primary production. I don't know how I'm doing with my time. You have spent all the time you had. So thank you, as long as you found it interesting. And I'll be glad to discuss it even further. We need to create an energy community very immediately in order to exploit all the potentials that we have, the potential we have. All those that the lady from Sifnos talked about are time-consuming procedures. We have to act fast and give alternatives fast to increase participation. As the president of the Honey Producers Association, of course, I want to participate in such an energy community. And thank you very much. All those who don't have my number, you can find me on Facebook. And we can continue our contact and discussion. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go into the next topic. Primary sector, energy communities, and production of biomass. speaker, Mr Panagiotis Souris, president of the olive growing cooperative of Potamos. Can you cope with the elaboration of this topic within 10 minutes? If so, you have the floor. Is your microphone on?
Έχουμε ζητήσει από τον κύριο Σούρη να ανοίξει το μικρόφωνο.
We have asked Mr. Souris to turn on his microphone. Okay, thank you. Mr. Souris, do you need help?
Αν υπάρχει κάποιο τεχνικό θέμα...
If there is a technical glitch, may we proceed to the next speaker and in the meantime provide assistance to Mr. Souris, perhaps contacting him over the phone? Well, I propose that we do that. Okay, let's go to Mr. Kasimatis. Let's go to Mr. Kasimatis. He complained to me in private that we have delayed considerably. He's right, and that is the reason why I'm asking for your help in order to go back to the original agenda. However, in all honesty, the topics for discussion are highly interesting. There are many questions that need to be answered. Well, next speaker, energy communities, beekeeping farms, sustainable agriculture. Mr Giorgos Kasimatis, president of the Kytherian Institute, the Kythirian Foundation for Culture and Development, KIPA, as we call it. You have the floor. Is his microphone activated? Yes, says Mr. Prekas. We asked him to unmute his microphone, but he hasn't responded. I see, says our moderator, George.
Σε βρήκα.
I find you.
Μπορείς να ανοίξεις το μικρόφωνο σου?
Can you activate your microphone?
Ωραία, τώρα νομίζω ότι μπορείς να μιλήσεις.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Okay, I believe that you can speak now. Hello.
Αγαπητέ Κώστα,
Dear Kostas,
αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, θα ήθελα να σας καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση
members of the audience, first of all, I'd like to thank you
στο συνέδριό σας, στην
for the
ημερίδα για
invitation extended to me to take part in your conference on energy communities. I would like to congratulate you on the organization of this conference, and I would like to congratulate you yet again on the excellent level of the discussion, at least up until now and throughout my attending the meeting. Let me state, my dear Kostas, that I shall abide within the time limit allotted to me. KIPA, Kytherian Foundation for Culture and Development, was founded in the year 2006 by Mr Kasimatis, and in the scope of the foundation, we have the promotion and maintenance of heritage and the promotion of the man-made and natural environment of the two islands, the promotion of natural beauty, the contribution to lifelong development of all members of society, and the establishment of conditions of high quality of life for persons inhabiting the islands constitute the basic objectives for the foundation. So quality of life is a #1 priority for the foundation. And for this purpose, we've been organizing events and actions because everyone on KIPA, the Kythira Foundation for Culture and Development, believe that we ought to bequeath our islands to the next generations as beautiful and as healthy as they were inherited to us. I'll dedicate my presentation to what pertains to today's conference. Even though at a first glance it may not be directly related to energy communities, every benevolent listener, I suppose, will understand the gist of my point. The most recent action, that is one that will be starting shortly, is the one that regards olive growers. And there is a partnership with the Mediterranean Institute for Nature and Man. The goal of this program is the promotion of certified products of high quality and added value, aiming at enhancing financial sustainability of small and mid-sized farms and plots and the maintenance of the agricultural nature of the island. KIPA has also undertaken great action that has to do with salvaging and capitalizing on the livestock property of Kythira because of migration and because of people pursuing urban activities. These farm activities have been abandoned gradually. We are planning on establishing a beekeeping park with the help of bodies like the municipality and Horios, as we call the Domestic Wealth Board, and other bodies, to have pastures and meadows that provide for the precious nutrients that we need in order to keep bees and make honey. And we can have cultural and student tourism within an ideal natural environment. Visitors will get themselves familiar with the beekeeping, bees and bee products. Our action regarding paths, these activities are now combined with access to the canyons of Kythira that are well known, and with a network that will be starting shortly of maintenance ride or bike paths. This will be a package of alternative tourism that is paths and maintenance bike paths. This activity of KIPA is appreciated by professionals in the local community, and it has attracted thousands of visitors that are given the opportunity to visit pristine parts of nature or works that are man-made but were unknown up to now, because these paths are the traditional roadways of our ancestors that were frequented before the advent of cars. So we have managed to divulge, to reveal a totally different island to attract visitors of a high standard of living. They are off-season visitors and they respect and appreciate nature and environment for what they are worth. So it is clear that for us in KIPA, the protection of man-made and natural environment of an island is not mere words, but it's deeds. KIPA wants to practice sustainable growth and development in Kythira through programs and activities that will attract the interest of young people who will come and earn a living in Kythira. It's not only mere activities, but it's a struggle, because this environment has been promoted with every legal means possible. We don't believe that in islands there is such thing as useless land. And we do not believe that our islands are venues for the industrial development of businesses. Perhaps some people believe that we exaggerate and that repercussions will not be grave in Kythira. However, reality is different. A notable example in point is Andros. Andros has a great network of paths similar to this of Kythira, and it has problems with tourist operators of England organizing trips. Because of the downgrading attributed to wind turbines, these paths will stop being used in Andros. This is true financial loss, and these laws will come to the economy of Kythira, among other consequences. We'll see the devaluation of land, for instance. We'd be well advised to know that we, people from Kythira, Kytherians and our friends, in order to understand where we are headed, with downgraded landscapes, the next generation is deprived of opportunities to work and create in Kythira. So we'll see intensification of island abandonment, because the island will be incapable of attracting young people. To this direction, KIPA, the Kythira Foundation for Culture and Development, and here I come to respond to the proposal of the mayor. So based on the Articles of Association, we have this opportunity. It is within our scope, so in conjunction with the municipality, the Domestic Wealth Board and other bodies, we could organize the scientific studies and research necessary in order to examine green solutions that would be befitting for the energy demands of the islands. Studies that would respect the nature of the island and would give answers not on the basis of entrepreneurial profit, but balanced growth for people on the land. Such a study will be made, and this will be the foundation for an energy community after examining all possible solutions. For example, solar energy and biomass. And as I said before, KIPA, based on its Articles of Association, can contribute to this effort. Thank you very much. We thank you, Mr. Kasimatis. Indeed, you have proven that you can actually make a full point within 10 minutes. And thank you ever so much for the positive message that you've conveyed. I hope that we have solved the problems of microphone unmuting with Mr. Souris. Is it true, Mr. Souris? Proof of life. Can you speak? Would you like to try? Technical assistance. Can we provide technical assistance?
Έχουμε λίγο πρόβλημα με το κύριο Souris.
We have a problem with Mr. Souris. Okay, then let's proceed to the next speaker, Eleni, if it's all right by you. Yes, yes, yes. We'll proceed and we'll solve the problem in due course. Mr. Vasilakis, are you ready? Because you're the next one, and your title is quite generic. In industry, wind farms, energy communities. Excuse me if I can make an intervention. Mr. Vasilakis has a technical problem too. He just notified me, so we'll go on with Mr. Babis Kalligeros, pending technical assistance for Mr. Vasilakis as well. Okay, I see, says our moderator. So we're going against the tide of all difficulty, and we'll do managing in the end. I trust that we'll do that. Mr. Kalligeros, to my understanding, you have no technical difficulties, and you'll talk to us about photovoltaic parks and solar energy. So you have the floor.
Έχουμε πρόβλημα και με τον κύριο Καλίγερο.
We have a problem with Mr. Kalligeros as well, it appears. Just a moment. We've asked Mr. Kalligeros to unmute his microphone. Left bottom, Mr. Kalligeros.
Ανοίξτε το μικρόφωνο κάτω.
Mr. Prekas giving technical instructions. Please activate your microphone. Go to the bottom left corner.
Ναι, τώρα κύριε Καλίγερο έχετε μικρόφωνο ανοιχτό.
Mr. Kalligeros, now your microphone is on. Thank you. So you can hear me, I suppose, as Mr. Kalligeros. See, we made it, says the moderator. So you have the floor, Mr. Kalligeros.
Από μένα, χαίρομαι πολύ που είμαι μαζί σας απόψε σε αυτή τη συζήτηση.
Good afternoon on my part. I'm very glad to be taking part in this discussion with you this afternoon. I believe that this is the beginning of a fight, not against renewable energy sources, but against the sordidity of certain companies. I was born and raised in Kythira, and I would never for the life of me wish to see this land destroyed. I am a member of the Association of Photovoltaic Panel Installers of Greece, and for 20 years I've worked in the field of photovoltaic system installations. I would like to start with a concern of mine and broach a question to all inhabitants and residents of Kythira. Why is it that Kythira need to destroy a pristine landscape in order to generate 70-fold energy than the energy they can consume, the island can consume? It's not an end in itself to react to renewable energy sources. What we want is to apply the best possible way renewable energy sources with the smallest environmental impact. Even though Mr Tsekeris has said more or less everything that I wanted to say,
μια ενημέρωση όσον αφορά το περιθώριο που δεν το
I'd like to say a few things about the Regulatory Authority for Energy and the 2018 time limit set regarding photovoltaic units for interconnected islands, among which we find Kythira. Of course, most of you know. Well, RAE has 2.2 megawatts for photovoltaic cells. That is 1/4 of the energy consumed by the island. The greatest demand has reached 8.7 megawatts that the island is asking for, and in the winter months, what the island wants is 4.5 megawatts. That's the reason why the Regulatory Authority for Energy, RAE, has not allowed more room for photovoltaic cells because energy could not be transported in case more energy than the one needed by the island would be generated. We have 500 kilowatts worth of photovoltaics at the moment. That is half a megawatt. This corresponds with 6% of island consumption. Mr Tsekeris, as I said before, said most of the things that I'd like to say. Let me elaborate on net metering and what it is. Well, I'll say this more analytically. Net metering allows the consumer to cover an important share of own consumption and at the same time provides them with the opportunity to use the network in order to store directly the green energy that they'll be generating. The term net comes from the fact that the tariff regards the difference between energy generated and energy consumed at a particular moment in time. If there is excess energy, then this is not lost on the consumer. It is credited for a particular period of time when we have the final net metering. How is this applied in the framework of an energy community? Among the activities that can be undertaken by such a community, we have the production or generation of energy from RES. It can be net metered by the energy community. It can be used for the sake of vulnerable consumers or people living beyond the poverty line, irrespective of whether or not these people are members of the energy community. So by definition, it appears that this net metering is virtual, while the production plant is not related to a particular consumption area. So we have independent producers feeding the network. We have low voltage and high voltage alternatives and photovoltaic units with stable photovoltaic panels on buildings or on the ground, or tracing systems on the ground, biomass units, small hydroelectric plants, and wind farms, small ones. The installation of small wind turbines regard 60 kilowatt output. Net metering is permitted following the issuance of ministerial decision. When we talk about moderate voltage, we can have the conjunction of two of the aforementioned technologies. Virtual net metering stations are excluded from the obligation to have the permit or the license of production, and the matter is examined by the competent bodies. So today one has a few choices when they want to invest in photovoltaic panels, either to sell the generated energy to the grid or to install a system for self-generation in order to cover part of the needs that they have for energy or all the needs. The capacity of a PV system may reach 20 kilowatts or 50% of the agreed capacity For example, for an agreed capacity of 35, the maximum permitted capacity of the photovoltaic panel is 20 kilowatt. For an agreed power of 85, the maximum power is 42 kilowatts. As a speaker whose connection is not very good, unfortunately. 100 kilowatts for a low power network is important for an agreed consumption of 250, and the photovoltaic unit energy is limited to 100 kilowatts. Maximum production for one-phase system is 5 kilowatts. So photovoltaic systems are limited to 5 kilowatts. There, especially for self-producers of middle level, that is public or private legal entities wanting energy for local purposes and energy communities, every photovoltaic system can lead up to 100% of the sum of the agreed capacity of the aggregate of the net metered consumptions. For all intents and purposes, the maximum power of a photovoltaic system installed cannot exceed 1 megawatt. I don't believe that I have taken more than the time allotted to me. As I said already twice, Mr Tsekeris more or less said what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor to the next one.
Το χρόνο σας, όντως αποδείξατε σαν τον κύριο Κασιμάτη ότι γίνεται και δυστυχώς
you have stick to your time, stuck to your time, and you have covered. Yes, we got a message from the technical group that we have reached Mr. Souris. Mr. Souris, yes, we are waiting for him to turn on his mic. I'll try to contact him over the phone.
Μου δίνετε έτσι το δικαίωμα να...
So you give me the opportunity to remind you of something I have said in the beginning. For those who have, yes, Mr. Souris's mic is on. So you'll have the floor after the end of the final session and of this webinar. So I can see you raised hands. You'll enter as soon as possible. Mr. Souris, the floor is yours.
Κύριε Σουρί.
Είναι ανοιχτό το μικρόφωνο, αλλά δεν δίνει μάλλον από τη συσκευή.
His mic is on, but there's probably a problem with his device. I don't know. Unfortunately. Mr. Vasilakis, then, has he solved his problem?
I think we would need to move on, and we can't find Mr. Souris. If Mr. Souris cannot speak, αν δεν μπορεί να μιλήσει ο κύριος Souris, μήπως πρέπει να προχωρήσουμε, γιατί νομίζω ότι ο κύριος Vasilakis...
We'll have to move on, and Mr. Vasilakis can speak. Mr. Vasilakis. Yes, as we said before, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, good evening, and congratulations for your initiative and the cooperation in making this true. There's a lot of effort behind with all these difficulties, and efforts like this one promoting information and dialogue, and that's always important. The reason we're here today is because a year ago we had and again alert as a result of climate change on the issue of renewable energy. Last year, the mayor has notified us of requesting to gather data regarding renewable energy. And the most basic reason why we didn't have this project move on in 2009 was that in Peloponnese we had a very limited network grid, and that the country entered the financial crisis. Then we had to move on with to the production stage. These 4 licenses were granted to a big conglomerates, industrial conglomerates, and Lactor and another one. And the other one was belonged to the Terna company. Most of what I'll say have already been said, but I'll repeat some of these things. These companies are in the Kythira for a very simple reason, to make profit, because this island has a very good wind potential. The sea is very close, so and mainland Greece is very close again, and the cable won't be very expensive to install, and the transport of electricity will be very relatively easily. And also, based on the action plan, the maximum electricity needed for the island is 16.5 megawatts, and about double during the summer. And the energy produced will be like 74 times higher than the one produced, the one needed for the island. So the island's energy will be used elsewhere. A very important issue has come up in the course of the discussions. All four licenses granted illegally, because RAI hasn't evaluated the compatibility between the applications with existing legal framework. Is it possible? Will someone say back? Yes, it is possible. A few days ago, there was a relevant question to the Ministry of Environment. It is scandalous to see such projects move on, which do not fulfill basic requirements of vicinity to very important cultural heritage buildings. And so let us, it is very essential. This discussion is very important to realize and be aware of the risks for the environment, the biodiversity, and because this island is one of the most important hubs for birds, migratory birds. This is why we hold this webinar. The requested issue for this for Kythira is to raise awareness and propose alternatives. One of these is energy communities. Mr Tsekeris referred to these communities, and Mr Markopoulos, and there is such a possibility, and gives the possibility to citizens and municipality to participate. They give priorities to the to serve the needs of the island, not to the broader area. It is a more democratic institution, and of course it's beneficial for the community. So the overall plan provides for 600 megawatts until 2050. WWF has proposed an installation of 60 megawatts at Kythira until 2024, and so this will be able to cover Greece's needs. And based on the analysis of WWF and Greenpeace, the development of energy communities in Greece faces a lot of challenges, and the Greek society cannot benefit from their existence. There are very long procedures. There are no tools for their establishments, and the state hasn't evaluated the challenges these energy communities face in violation of EU guidelines. So these energy communities face so many difficulties at the expense of positive initiatives. And also, recently, the ministry, instead of acting in favor of these energy communities, has decided to remove all motivation and all motives for the establishment of these energy communities. and instead has established a kind of competition between private citizens for the establishment of these energy communities. Unfortunately, the central government does not ask citizens when it plans for our future. It does not ask the opinion of citizens, but we have to take our own initiatives and create the potential for a better future for us and our environment. We have to fight to show that there are alternatives and to prevent the industrialization of the island. This is very important because the island has a very significant advantage and tool. It has this institution of domestic wealth board. In no other part of Greece, the energy community would be so much independent. So the energy community in this island has more power than in any other part of Greece. Because this way in Kythira, they can say a substantiated no to the industrialization of the island and say yes to an energy community that will promote energy economy. In this energy community, the project plant will be compatible with the energy needs of the island, and any installation will adhere to certain rules. And with the participation of the mayor, the municipality, the island has said a no to its industrialization. And this is our next step to our own proposition, because we have to be on alert. We have to be aware that the financial interests will try to exploit and industrialize our island. And you know how that only legal teams can have a say on that. And now, in summing up and closing up, it is very important to realize through this webinar that the island, because of its very good wind potential and its proximity to the mainland, is very profitable for companies. It is a very dynamic tool, and through this domestic wealth board, we can prevent the industrialization of the island. We can't relax. We can't feel safe. No, this doesn't resolve any problems. It doesn't stop the risks. The huge financial interests will act against us and will try to industrialize the island. We'll have to try and raise awareness of the citizens and use all the potential of the society and to use all the potential that society has. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vasilakis, for your very clear talk, speech. And I don't know whether we have resolved the issue with the technical issue with Mr. Souris. Mr. Souris has the floor. No.
Παναγιώτης Souris μπαίνει. Ναι. Πρέπει να ενεργοποιήσετε το μικρόφωνο.
He has to activate his microphone.
Ας μιλήσει.
Yes, you have the floor. Please speak. Yes. Ναι.
Όχι, δεν μπορούμε να τον έχουμε.
We can't have him on. We can move on with our final speaker in our second session. I'm sorry, we are in open. Oh, yes. Yes, we can hear him. Can you hear me? He says. Yes, we can hear you. I'm sorry if I apologize for the delay and all the trouble. Good evening. I'll try to be very brief to help you in your discussion. I do not want to return to issues that have already been discussed, but let me express my concern and the concern of the entire community of our association for the perspective of turning our islands into a huge park, a wind turbine park, wind farm, affecting the microclimate, and our cooperative is well familiar with the cooperative idea. It's a civic cooperative. We are aware he's off the micro. Oh, yes. With the compliance with the law regarding agricultural cooperatives. And also, we are very familiar with the solidarity community. And as long as the municipality, he's off the microphone, I can't hear him, I'm sorry.
Υπάρχει κάποιο θέμα? Πολίτε, μπορούμε να βοηθήσουμε?
Περιμένω ξανά. Παναγιώτη, μας ακούς? Παναγιώτη.
Οκ. Λοιπόν...
Είχε πρόβλημα με το λάπτοπ του.
Οκ. Λοιπόν, δεν νομίζω ότι καθυστερήσει και πάρα πολύ.
We're very late. We have made every effort to let him speak, but there are unsurpassable problems. So, yes, he's back. Mr. Souris. Yes, can you hear me? Let me hear you. Yes.
Ναι, σε ακούμε.
So.
Εάν και εφόσον λοιπόν η δημοτική
So if the municipality believes that we can move on to an energy community, I believe that all of the Kythira cooperatives can participate in this movement. And all energy communities provide for legal framework, provide for the institution of using first raw materials.
Η λύσεων θέρμανσης, η αγροτική βιομάζα. Η αγροτική βιομάζα είναι μια σημαντική...
Biomass could be used. For example, this is an important untapped source of renewable energy, which can contribute to the achievement of European goals for energy and climate, promoting at the same time agricultural growth and cyclical economy. We have already contacted the Institute of Agricultural Cooperative Economy, which has jointly with the National Research and Technological Development Institute carried out similar projects, and they have assured us that there is, if there is rather, interest, They can organize a teleconference and inform us on biomass production using prunings from olive trees. This activity has multiple benefits for the environment, since the outdoor burning of branches and twigs is very bad for the atmosphere. And of course, it lurks the risk of fire, wildfire, which is something that habitually happens, and we see it, in fact. We have experienced this. So we can speak of units that will generate energy by burning prunings from trees and olive kernels, etc. The collection of prunings is difficult, of course, in Kythira because of a number of reasons. The slopes of the island. It goes without saying that it's difficult to collect all these prunings, but I suppose that something could be done. There are ways. Anyway, I suppose that we could work in unison with the cooperative of Livadi in order to pursue something like this, and photovoltaic panels are of interest to farmers. Anyway, since we've had a delay, if I speak longer, I'll overlap with previous speakers. That's why I shall thank you for your time and wish you the best. Thank you. We thank you, Mr. Souris, says our moderator. We managed to have you with us finally, and this is very important. And thank you very much for your time too. You're welcome, says Mr. Souris. Okay, I'll deactivate your microphone, says our moderator. And now we have reached the time of the last but not least speaker on the agenda, the mayor, that will conclude this session by making a presentation of the Kytherian roadmap for an energy community. Mayor, you have the floor.
Καταρχήν, θέλω να πω δύο-τρία πράγματα.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say 2 or 3 things vis-a-vis certain things that were broached. The most important thing has to do with the Domestic Wealth Board being cancelled. Sometimes colleagues say that, you know, something you shouldn't have your expectations too high. Legislators can do as they please. Yes, if they can cancel something, this is not the domestic wealth per se, it's the board they can eliminate. There's a great difference. The domestic wealth is the wealth of the municipality of Kythira. This cannot be confiscated or cancelled or change hands in any way conceivable. The only thing that can change is the way this particular wealth is managed. Now, today, it's at the hands of the committee that is a public legal entity, and Presidential Decree 272 of the year 1985 stipulated that the committee can be terminated. The legislators provided for that, following a specific procedure, again stipulated. Even in this case, let me tell you that the domestic wealth does not change proprietor or owner. It's not the great public or any private individual who come and collect mountains and beaches. The domestic wealth is the wealth, the property of the municipality, and it will always be. And this cannot be changed. And Mr. Mintzia, I suppose, can attest to that. I don't know if he's still with us attending. This is clear cut. So, in a few words, the property of the municipality, that is the domestic wealth of the island, is under the management of the committee. Today, and after a few years, I suppose, the board could be cancelled, but the administration will lie with the municipality, not somewhere else. It will not be ceded to someone else. I'd like to dispel this fear, because some people said to me, they insinuated that if we resist too much, they'll cancel or terminate our board. But don't worry. The presumption of wealth on Kythira can never be changed. in favor of private individuals. There are court decisions, case law, there are acts, laws, presidential decrees, and in the presidential decree that I mentioned, the board can be cancelled. The board of the domestic wealth, not domestic wealth in its own right. Please bear that in mind. Now, regarding the steps to establish an energy community, I would say that we may as well set up a committee comprising representatives of the bodies that will work on the matter. As Mr Kasimatis from KIPA, the Kythira Foundation for Culture and Development, said, KIPA has a crucial role because it's a private legal entity, and therefore KIPA can act far faster than a public body, because public bodies need to follow very time-consuming procedures. The day before yesterday, I was discussing with some Kytherians here, some citizens, and I was explaining to them about tendering for the studies of the theatre in Potamos. We had an invitation of interest in February 2020 for 40,000 euros, because we need a study in order to complete this semi-completed theatre in Potamos. And we haven't signed the contract. So when it takes 15 months in order to sign a contract, in order to assign a study for 40,000 euros worth, the only person that exhibited interest was one party. There was no competition. There were not two competitors, only one. However, it took 14 months to sign a contract for this particular issue. So following the time-consuming procedures of the public, we cannot possibly complete this procedure in the short term. So I'd like to ask KIPA to take the first step with our contribution, perhaps contribution of the Domestic Wealth Board, perhaps collective associations from Athens. We need to entertain this thought. Trifilio, somebody mentioned, let's look into the matter. And shortly, we'll come up with a study that will reach the conclusion that the energy community can be established, and this study can give an answer regarding the impact of industrial wind farms on the island. Even though we do have documentation, we have the letter of the Star Observatory president. I don't know if you've seen that. It has to do with Antikythira. However, the scientific argumentation is relevant for any wind turbine installation. There are even seismic repercussions mentioned there, and they are corroborated by international literature. So I would suggest that we do precisely this, that is, set up a group, a few members, in my opinion, not a multi-member group, for reasons that you understand. One representative from KIPA, one from the municipality, one from the Domestic Wealth Board, and perhaps another one or two people from the private domain. And we need to set a time schedule, that is to have a meeting among these five, the first, and set a deadline about deciding on how we can set up the energy community. As I said, I spoke with my colleague Dimos Triadophyllakis from the Xiromeros municipality in Etolo-Akarnania. They have set up an energy community in conjunction with the region of Western Greece, and he gave me the phone of the energy advisor, the consultant that they have there. That is, I have his particulars. I'll give you his name, in fact. Mr. Yannis Tsirimokos. I looked him up on the internet. Indeed, they have done serious work there. They did serious preparatory work in the west of Greece. And I suppose we can approach him for an initial discussion regarding procedural matters, because I do not know everything. There are many things that are technicalities and special knowledge on issues of energy. And just because on the market we have a number of advisors, consultants that are second rank, and I have bitter experience as a mayor. Since day one of my tenure, different people approached me for different things. You know that in Greece, I suppose you can be anything that you say you are. You can be a nuclear physicist, you can be a geologist, you can be anything your heart desires. I don't want to have this problem. I have a person I can contact, but I think that KIPA should be the first one to take action. If we need a venue, if we need a meeting place in order to organize the endeavor, we could use the town hall of Potamos, for instance. It is empty because of lack of staff. In fact, this is a makeshift thought. The National Observatory offices will be accommodated there precisely. The National Star Observatory is directly involved in issues of climate change. And it is the one that has been running the climate change park in Kythira. So in the same venue, in the same facility or premises, if you wish, we can have this endeavor housed, and we can have support by these people who are truly experts on matters. I don't know if there's a question left unanswered. I believe I've answered everything, but I'm telling you again, fear not that the domestic wealth will be cancelled. The gist of the matter is not affected in the least because there is a case law basis that constitutes the foundation of the domestic wealth. It's one thing to talk about the domestic wealth as an institution, and another thing to talk about the board that manages it on behalf of the proprietor, that is the municipality. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. I believe that we are in the present position to say that we have finished with both sessions of our speakers. The penultimate item on our agenda is the second Q&A round. At the moment, I have 3 questions. One is addressed to the Mayor, the other one is addressed to Mr Charchalakis Kalligeros, and there is a third one that I shall read first, and I'll allow one of the speakers to answer. Well, the first question is by Mrs Aspasia, who is asking if one can actually join the effort for the court appeal, the legal action that is. I don't know if one can answer this. George Prineas asked a second question addressed to Mr Charchalakis Kalligeros, and the question goes as follows. In case somebody wishes to reach the maximum of panel installation level in a private home, if there is a cost assessment. And finally, there is a question to the Mayor, the question by Mr Marcos Doridas. The question is addressed to the Mayor or the President of the Domestic Wealth. The Domestic Wealth Board and Municipality position is related to all applications, the ones that have received a production permit and the ones that are pending. What was said, is it valid for every single one of them or some of them? These are the questions. Can anyone answer Mrs. Bayer's question? Can you hear me? Mr. Kalligeros, would you like to answer the question that concerns you? Yes, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Well, I didn't hear the question. It had to do with the cost per kilowatt in a domestic system. Let me reiterate. If a private individual wishes to install the maximum number of solar panels in a house, is there a cost assessment? Well, the pricing is based on the consumption of energy consumed by every house. That is, based on the consumption, we work out the kilowatts that need to be installed, and we work out the price accordingly. It's 1,500 euros per installed kilowatt. Well, thank you. If they want more information, I suppose they can contact you. They have your data. Kostas, could I answer the first question raised by Madam Beya Aspasia? a lawyer is not here, so with the little experience that I've gained in legal matters, I can tell Aspasia that according to the appeal procedure, if you're not among the applicants that turned against RAE in the 28 days that are the deadline by the law, then you cannot be added. So if you're interested, you can join the efforts for the next legal actions for the two wind farms for the north, the Agiorgis farm. I suppose that will go to court. You can't be added to the already completed 4 actions. But if you want to contribute financially, then I suppose you can do this. There is a collaboration, and KIPA has been in the forefront of this effort. So if one wishes to contribute something, someone who was not aware, had not known to begin with, you can chip in, you can contribute whatever you can afford, I suppose. Regarding the next permits, we really hope that this doesn't happen, but it may as well happen. If further actions are taken, you can protest against them and join us in our court action. I think you've answered. And the last question is to Mr. Venardos or Mr. Charchalakis. The position of the municipality in the domestic wealth board has to do with all applications or some of them. You can take the floor.
Who wants to answer? Let us pass the microphone. Yes, the applications, all of them, we are opposed to all of these applications. They have been submitted by all the large companies, and their intention is not to resolve the energy problem, but their own financial problem, offering fat salaries to their personnel. We all know what is the situation in all these energy management companies, either the state ones or private ones. So all of these applications, as they have been submitted and designed, find us against them. This is our decision, the unanimous decision as a municipal board. We have appealed against them in court, and will follow the same procedure and that we have followed until now. And of course, this court procedure is very long, a long one, and we have the Administrative Court of Appeals, the State, the Council of State. In the end, it can last for up to 9 years for just one application until it becomes final. And all these applications, in the way they are presented with the maps that we have seen, all these things that they ask us to do, we do not agree in any way. Thank you. I do not have any more questions, and I suppose that if the technicians would have let me know. So this leads me to proceed to our next issue on our agenda. All those who want to take the floor and have asked for it. So I have an order of request, 8 people. We are approximately half an hour late. So you must realize that I cannot give the floor for a long time to each one of them, and we have to respect the time of the participants. I'll give you the floor, but please limit yourself to at most to 3 minutes maximum. So you are all experienced in public talk, and I'm sure you'll be able to limit yourselves to this time frame. So Mr. Michalakakis, first one will be the first one. He was the first one to raise his hand. Mr. Michalakakis, the floor is yours. And please stick to your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations to the organizers. There's a common agreement that the energy transition is a need and a reality. We'll have to play our part. It is risky, of course. Some people may use it and exploit it in their own benefit, but it is an opportunity to use it for the development of our island. My opinion, this has been done by the municipality of Astipale that I have talked about repeatedly. It uses energy as an element of development for the island. The point where things are that 4 main ways of action, paths of action. We have, of course, to activate all public authorities, municipal authorities. We have to, of course, draft an energy plan. Mr. Mayor talked about this energy plan. It was his own initiative in 2016. Of course, he wants to make it broader, to speak about energy production too. And within this framework, we'll have to incorporate all possible technologies, available technologies for energy production and the cyber energy production that we wish. We cannot exclude anything, but we have to stress on the staking to the our goal of preserving life on the island. And as Mr. Mayor said, regarding the APE supply, we have to limit the consumption, energy consumption for water supply. Also, we have to defend ourselves against those who use existing legislation and the signal the current government emits that they just want investments and nothing more. They don't care about anything else. RAE has a horrible position. For me, it is quite inadmissible, and after it approved a series of licenses, a month later, it asks for tenders to establish whether licenses within or very close to banned areas, to no-go areas. This is a very important project, of course, that you said the energy communities are very important, but another very important point is for the official authorities to be active as well as citizens. Citizens must be very well aware of the risks and that they have to play a part in energy transition, that it can be to the benefit of the island, and but they must also be on alert in case something goes wrong, because we do not control the entire system. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the organization. Thank you, Mr. Michalakakis. Our next speaker is Mr. Archondoulis. Mr. Archondoulis, the floor is yours for 3 minutes. Yes, good evening to everyone. Thank you very much for the perfect organization and a very high level of presentation on behalf of all the speakers. And alternative energy, yes, but we have to be aware of the fact that our island has such a good wind potential that cries for people to come and invest a lot. The very well desired balance of the ecosystem may be disturbed, and we won't be able to either protect beauty, natura areas, or even nature. Of course, property as well, private property. And I will just speak about 3 things. First one, First of all, when people come on full attack without determining a framework on which will set boundaries of where the wind turbines will be placed, installed, and what are the needs of the islands, and how are we going to protect the plants. We have such a huge biodiversity, well known all over the world. Secondly, the birds, not only the birds, but also the insects, the bees, and other. Of course, the birds are very important. They follow their own roads. So we have the migratory routes of the of birds. And so they cross Kythira, and we have to protect them as well. And thirdly, Kythira have the singularity of producing goods in vaquias. In some way, we have to, for these wind turbines and the wind potential, they should not disturb this protection of agriculture that we have in Kythira without them requiring water. This land of Kythira can produce goods that are both very tasteful and very delicious and very good for our health. So there must be a framework has to be set in order to prevent monstrous creations, because afterwards any violation will be very hard to pursue legally, and we won't be able to make any legal recourse against any illegalities so afterwards. So thank you very much. I thank you, Mr. Archondoulis. And the next speaker is Mr. Haralabos Sougenis. Mr. Sougeni, the floor is yours. So how are we going to give the microphone? Yes, we can hear you. Hello, Kostas. It's very nice to see you in this panel. I feel I'm very emotional about that, because after 2007, when we had the positive opinion of the municipal board for the installation of wind turbines, we have reached this very optimistic step, this meeting that gives us joy and optimism. This gathering of very distinguished individuals to discuss one of the most important topics that will bother us in the future is very important. I'll give away the 2 out of the 3 minutes. Mr. Mintzia has said that RAEM has sent a document to the Ministry of Environment to notify it on the no-go zones, so that no wind turbines are allowed. Mr. Mintzia has left, but maybe Mr. Vasilakis, Manos Vasilakis, can answer that. Can we, the municipality, the initiative, can it move on to this, to draft such a document expressing what are the no-go zones and the zones where the exclusion zones, that no wind turbines can be installed, and in order to prevent the one-sided installation of wind farms on the island of Kythira. I'm in general against the wind turbines, not for any other reason but for the reason that their impact is non-reversible. Yes, of course, we do have wind energy, but we are also on top, at the top of Europe regarding solar energy, and we all know that solar energy has its specificities. And both the mayor and the lawyer also have said, both have said that the legal fight will be long. And can we take any measures, legal measures, to prevent any installation beforehand? Babi, I can give an answer to that. I think I know. I'm not a lawyer, of course. In terms of this, yes, we can give what the exclusion zones data to the RAE, as we have done in our appeals. We have very clearly stated why they have to cancel the plan for the Mirmigari farm, because they're very close to Potamos. We have given them facts. We have substantiated our proposition, and RAE thinks that our substantiation is not sufficient. They want the state to give its own substantiation. If the municipality is deemed as the part of the state, maybe it's taken more seriously by the state. Its opinion is taken more seriously by the state. What are the areas that we want to protect? Byzantine monuments, traditional villages, and of course archaeological sites. I don't have a specific answer on that, whether Paliochora is a major monument of archaeological interest, but I believe it is. And I believe it is worthwhile trying to present to the authorities officially, formally, the exclusion zones, and of course tourist resorts. It must be at least 1,000 meters away from tourist resorts and tourist residences. And the RAE, you says that you are not well accepted, despite you make the fact that you may make such recourse injunction. So I don't know whether you can make an injunction at such an early stage. I don't know. It's a very legal matter. I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's very early. It's very early on. I don't know. So thank you for your reply. This next one is Mr. Dimitris Kondoleon. You have the floor. Please, just 3 minutes. Yes. Good evening. Good evening to the mayor, the chairman of the domestic well board, and all the participants. I would like to be very brief and say 2 things. First of all, that we have heard some inaccuracies. I don't want to create any controversy, but just to be fair, Mr. Mayor said that on his initiative, he had the board to make statements on wind farms. This is not very exact. Yes, the mayor publicized the issue after he, there was a reaction on behalf of the people, and we had an open gathering as citizens, so with the participation of a lot of people within such short notice, and we submitted a request to summon the municipal board and also the other parties also agreed, and so I want to be fair. And I also mentioned briefly that I follow with huge interest this webinar, and I'm glad to listen to all the views. But we should remember that there is a decision by the municipal board, and that is that we have committed on that on some issues. First of all, to create a committee formed by all the municipal parties, and to make also an environmental impact study, which will be very useful in the future if we have an energy community. Of course, we agree to create an energy community, but we also have to point out that we are fighting against a system that tries to make huge interventions on the island. As a party of Kythira, I will try to have an update of the last year's decision. And finally, I would like to say, because there are citizens now on their own expense, they have spent their own money to have legal representation with Mr. Mintzia. I would like to see the municipality participate as well, because there will be a court action. There is a long way to follow in courts, so the municipality should help in that end. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the organizers. The next speaker is Mr. Giorgos Kasimatis. You have the floor and 3 minutes. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for. Within 3 minutes, it'll be hard, but I'll do that. Out of what I heard, there's a negativity for wind farms, not so much for solar panels. 6 months ago, I have written an article in favor of wind farms, and I think I should be heard a little more, because a lot of things have been heard that I think are inaccurate, especially for wind farms. I would like to ask those who make these references to be serious and to mention serious studies. You can find anything on the internet, but you should focus on serious studies regarding their impact and what happens and what doesn't happen. I can't respond to everything that has been heard, especially for wind farms, but some things that I think are very crucial have been also heard. Industrial plants, various companies, and so on, profit, so on. Who will invest here to make a loss? Or everybody invests to make a profit? This, of course, gives the possibility to reduce cost. We all buy cars. Cars are made by huge industries. Mobile phones are made by huge industries. Industries are crucial, are very important for the global economy. So large industries are not bad. 235 megawatts. No, nothing like that is going to happen in Kythira. Nobody believes these things. In what I had proposed back then as a target in Kythira was 100 megawatts, and this could be a good target that would make the island profitable, and we would be able to exploit this benefit that we have from the wind and the solar energy. And 15 to 20 wind turbines could be installed. And there are areas where they could be installed. Many people say these will be used to cover the energy needs of the island. It's not only the energy that we consume. When we buy something, it needs energy. Alumina that we buy needs energy. Everything. And when you search online, it needs energy. Somebody has to produce it. It doesn't. You can't say that we only need 8 megawatts and that's it. So what we need as in terms of energy is very relevant. It would be, yes, it would be good to have an energy community. How, however? In my opinion, we should hold a discussion with some of these companies, the municipality, what entity, and we should participate in some form to some of these investments. There should be such a plan to have a wind turbine or in combination with some solar panels. From what I understand, is something very expensive, something very costly. In Sifnos, they're speaking about 18 megawatts costing about 37 million euros. I don't think that this is something that an energy community can do very easily. It can only be part of something else. In general, I think that we should also all agree to have a spatial plan to see where we can have the wind turbines, the energy plants, and so on. This is what I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr.
The next speaker is Mr. Spyros Anestis, who spoke for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, I suppose that you have 1 or 2 minutes to make a point. Mr. Anestis, you have the floor. But first and foremost, please unmute your microphone. Mr. Anestis, we cannot hear you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to compliment something because I've already spoken. I'm very pleased that we have a clear-cut message against industrial installations in Kythira.
Ότι και βέβαια και οι πρωτοβουλίες που είπαν διάφοροι σε σχέση με τη δημιουργία της ενεργειακής.
I was glad to hear people talk about initiatives to create and establish an energy community. Now, regarding climate change, I have to say that we are human beings and climate exerts a direct influence on our lives. There is a myth, I would like to say, that renewable energy sources will reverse climate change. Well, this will not happen. The most ambitious scenario would be that by the year 2050, we will have achieved a neutral footprint regarding carbon dioxide. Yes, but in the year 2050, our temperature will have risen by 2 or 3 degrees centigrade. I don't know. I think that we need to set the bar very high as an island and set targets that will seek to revert the phenomenon of climate change and not merely to neutralize pernicious effects. And I'm saying this in conjunction to what I said before regarding biotechnology uses and biogas that will give us the opportunity to capture carbon on the ground and to increase vegetation in the forests, which is in fact the only way that can revert climate change and actually have an effect on the island. And in addition, I'd like to say that apart from these benefits, there are other benefits that are purely financial and centered on the local community, because these are activities that are certifiable. There is a certification of agricultural products farmed using good environmental practices. And this is among the most popular certifications in Europe, in fact. And you understand that if at a certain moment in time we manage to have a negative carbon footprint on the island, this will have a very positive effect on tourism and everything else. As beekeepers, we want to take part in the energy community. We can't take the initiative to establish it because at the moment we are busy with other matters. We are awaiting an initiative on the part of the Domestic Wealth Board and the municipality. The other cooperatives want to participate, as far as I've heard. KIPA, the Kythira Foundation for Culture and Development, the same. No one can act alone or single-handedly. We need to work together to explore and probe our potential, see what we can do, and act accordingly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Anestis, says our moderator. From this point onwards, we can't entertain anymore guests who'd like to speak because every minute there is a new person added. So if you have raised the hand by now, you'll take the floor for a few minutes. Mr. Douridas is the next speaker. You have the floor, please. Unmute your microphone. You have asked for the floor, haven't you? Yes, of course, says Mr. Douridas. I suppose that you can hear me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few things myself. The words of the mayor and the president of the Domestic Wealth Board made a great impression on me, and the reference of Manos Vasilakis to the fact that if wind turbine plants are implemented in Kythira, we'll talk about energy generation tantamount to 74 times more energy than the island needs. For all of us who've made the journey through the Peloponnese, and all of us have done it, I suppose, from Corinth south to Napoli, I suppose we must have noticed several wind farms. They do not constitute a great nuisance. The reason is simple. The wind farms that are installed in the Peloponnese do not generate an equivalent of 74-fold energy compared to the actual energy needs of the Peloponnese. So they have not assumed the nature or the features of the energy industry. That's the difference. That's why we don't find them annoying. If we imagine the wind farms on Kythira that will produce 74 times more energy than the energy needed on the island, we'll be speaking about an energy factory. I suppose that this, in its own right, is what will engender acute problems in Kythira and, of course, create problems for all of us who have contact with Kythira, live in Kythira, or visit the island. I believe that the mayor and the president of the Domestic Wealth Board have proposed the strongest of weapons. The status of ownership, it will be examined at the end, but we need to prioritize it in order to protect our resources and the resources of the investors, if I may say so, because an investor cannot possibly want to embark on an endeavor that has no hope of bearing fruit. How can you set up a plant when there's no land available? So I'd like to urge both the mayor and the Domestic Wealth Board to practice what they said, and I'm sure that they will do it, so as to prevent an energy factory from being set up on Kythira. I'd like to broach another issue. I've noticed that among the listeners, let me say something. There were more than 140 people attending the conference. There are many foreign guests from Europe or other parts of the planet that have homes in Kythira, and they live there either permanently or on occasion. And of course, these people need to be encouraged and find the support needed so as not to believe that their expectations will go to waste. They have made an investment on the island of Kythira, and when they were making the investment, they couldn't possibly have known that there investment would be at risk because of the future presence of an energy factory on Kythira. You know, honestly, I believe that in the end, such an energy factory will not be set up on Kythira. I believe we do have suitable weapons. And I believe, as I said earlier, that the weapon of the domestic wealth is the absolute weapon. And let me conclude with the last. There is an institution in Europe, Europa Nostra. You know it, I suppose. This is a cultural organization which aims at the protection of traditional architecture, and in its scope, there are ecology matters. Already there is an institution activated every year, the 7 monuments most at risk in Europe. At this moment, there is a short list of 12 initiatives, one of which comes from Greece, and it has to do with 5 Greek islands, one of which is Kythira, threatened by the presence of wind turbines. I was informed that it's quite likely that, indeed, this initiative of the 5 islands at higher risk will end up being among the 7 topics to be selected. This will give us great dynamics and great publicity. And I conclude with this. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you, Mr. Douridas. Giorgos Kasimatis, KIPA, the next one.
Μπορείς να ανοίξεις το μικρόφωνο σου, Γιώργο?
Next.
George, can you activate your microphone? We can hear you. Yes, I'll be very brief. Let me start with the last sentence of the mayor, whereby KIPA needs to be in the forefront. In order to prove that we are committed to deeds, I'd like to say that starting next week already, I'll come in contact with Mr Tsirimokos through the mayor, the Trophilion Institution, the Association of Kytherians, and the Brotherhood in Australia, in order to see whether we can all work together. But I'll start with Mr Tsirimokos, because we'd be well advised to see how the energy community was set up in the area mentioned. KIPA, in conjunction with Mr Vasilakis and the movement of Kytherian citizens, Dynamo that is, have opened an account with the National Bank of Greece in order to contribute to the expenses emanating from legal action taken, and this will be publicized through Kytherian mass media next week. Thank you. We thank you, says our moderator. Mr Vretos has asked for the floor.
Καλησπέρα, μ' ακούτε?
Σας ακούμε.
Καλησπέρα και συγχαρητήρια για τη συνάντηση και το
Good evening and congratulations for the organization. I also represent the newly formed association of the tourist accommodations of the island, created just a short time ago. Unfortunately, I have a very weak position to represent the most energy-consuming industry in the island, on the island. And since during the summer, most of the energy consumed is consumed by tourist accommodations due to the tourist traffic, tourism, and we are all in agreement with the energy community, with the formation, the establishment of an energy community. We would like to help as much as we can on our part, even will be able to assist you, are eager to assist you in any way. Regarding green accommodations, it would be very helpful in addition to the energy production to find ways to manage it as friendly as possible to the environment, in an as friendly way as possible to the environment. It'll resolve us many issues if our accommodations were part of the green accommodations, and I would suggest that we incorporate this part to your activities, and many of our members move on to this end, and it would be nice if we could create some kind of an association, and it is easy for us to enter this group of green accommodations because we are small accommodations, but it is difficult to proceed to the expense, to make the expense needed for to make this transition to the green accommodation. So if we can have some kind of help from the municipality, it would be very good, at least in terms of our research to this end, to help accommodations to make the transition to green accommodations. Thank you very much. Two more people. Mr. Akis Papasarandis, you have the floor. I wouldn't take the floor, but I saw a misunderstanding throughout this debate. Mr. Vasilakis and the first Kasimatis who spoke, and the mayor gave me some optimism. We haven't made clear throughout this discussion that we are speaking about energy production, not energy emissions. Regarding the climate is the impact on the climate is from energy emissions, not production. So when we see European officials speaking about Green Deal, or American officials under this government, the current government, they want to set an example for the rest of the world. This example cannot be followed by the rest 80% of the poorer countries. What we see with REAs in Europe and North America cannot be followed by China, India, North Africa, or South America. A very short review of energy problems can show us that there are solutions for the production of cement, steel, and fertilizers, air traffic, air transport, sea transport. There's no technical solutions, not in the air, not in the horizon. We can only expect miracles to happen in this area, in energy consumption, in these fields, in these industries. I would like to see there's no instance where energy is not needed in the production of any industrial product. So we have created the movement for the protection of Aegean Islands, and among the presentations performed in the islands, we have used Austria as an example, because sometimes we are trapped in the wind potential problem. If you see the map of Austria, of REAs in Austria, western areas, the Alps in the west of Austria, have zero wind turbines, despite the fact that they have the highest wind potential. And most of the wind turbines are placed in already humanized in areas where humans have already established human creations. They're already destroyed kind of by humans, so they do not destroy a virgin nature, the natural landscape. And there was no reference to the University of Ioannina study, where it says that we can leave Natura untouched, areas of where archaeological sites, traditional areas, and we leave these things untouched, and still we have room to serve goals that are even higher than the ones required by the European Union. But here we are speaking about many more things, NECPs. We have here NECP installations in Greece that are much more than needed. And the wind farms to be installed in Greece will serve the needs of other countries, not just the Greek needs, without any plans, without any designs. So let us reach the final speaker. I would like to express our thanks for his work. He is one of the key members of the group that has worked for this webinar. Hippolyte, the floor is yours. Kostas, thank you too. And I would like to congratulate the entire group, the wind turbines group, for the opportunity it gave to all Kythirians and to the friends of Kythira to express their views, exchange views, and discuss for the future of the island. And I'm very happy to see that the island is in the good side of history. Can you hear me? Yes. Sorry, the speaker says yes. Both the mayor and the president of the Domestic Bulk Board, with their speeches, and all the speakers have enriched our knowledge and gave us very valuable information. I would like to thank all the participants and all the people who have worked for this webinar all these days, that can be understood by English-speaking members of this webinar, both in Greece and abroad, and the Athens radio station, which transmits this event for 5 hours now. My intervention has to do with a decision taken by the municipal board a year ago on February 25th, which was unanimous, regarding the policy that the island wants to follow in terms of energy. I'll just emphasize decision number 9, that calls for the summoning of an inter-party a committee on energy. A year later, this committee has not been summoned, has not been established. 1 year later, we have people who love the island, who want to live here, who want balance, energy balance, environmental balance, work balance, and living balance, and as a result of action from all Kythirians, this decision for the establishment of this Kytherian committee must be done tomorrow. This committee has to be established tomorrow. And 2 groups who have worked very hard, both information, the wind turbines information group and the Dynamo Kythira group have spent enormous amount of time, money, and daily life in order to form another mixture of energy, of life for us with our own decisions and participation. We cannot stay in this fragmented activity of each one separately. We have to have this committee established and to take the responsibility for the policy against these industrial units. And without the participation of the municipality, the parties, the domestic wealth board, in the formation of both policies won't be able to carry this burden forever. So we ask for the participation of everyone under a common ground and a common roof of everyone concerned in order to move on to the future that we all want. Thank you all of you for your participation. Thank you very much, Hippolytos. We have reached the last part. I think I have the duty to close this webinar, and I won't summarize everything that you have said. I won't take too much of your time, but I would like to share with you, being a coordinator, facilitator for this event, 2-3 points that I think are very important from the 5+ hours that we have spent together. I apologize for not making this webinar shorter, but I would like to say that everybody who wanted to speak spoke, and the quality was very high. Regarding my personal conclusions, I would like to say that there's no doubt that the strong concern of Kythirians and the friends of Kythira for the installation of huge wind farms on the island that have already submitted applications is a given fact, as expressed by both the legal recourse and the speeches and other events as already mentioned. But what is important is that we haven't stopped to the negation, to just saying no to wind farms. But from this discussion, the result was something very important. We have the common agreement, total agreement to the fact that the creation of an energy community is something that we all agree must be established. And the content and the way is, of course, something that we have to discuss. An energy community that responds to the needs of the island plus is the most prominent view. What is very important, and on that we have to build on that, is to have unanimity on the solution proposed. There are both good and bad news. The unanimous agreement is the bad news, I think, and the propositions are moving on. The negative thing is that there's this attempt is very challenging. There are at least 3 types of difficulties. First of all, the legal framework and the bureaucracy. The funding is another issue of the effort, and of course, the human potential needed for such an effort, activity. Out of this discussion, we have reached the conclusion that we agree this energy community needs the participation of everyone, not just the institutional authorities, not just private citizens. We all have to participate, and I would propose, you have mentioned a series of associations, institutions, both Kytherians and not, and I would suggest that yes, the first committee should be a very include a small number of members, but we shouldn't exclude anyone. Somebody spoke about the Trifilion institution. Yes, we have to talk about that. Regarding the human potential, why not include university professors and the Society for Kytherian Studies? We know university professors who participate and can help. And of course, the members of the diaspora. The diaspora will help, I'm certain, I'm sure. And from all this webinar, I'm very optimistic. I have to say that you were excellent in all of your points. And my last point is that as we have started, the entire organization of this webinar aimed at the timely and raising of awareness of as many Kytherians as possible. And what I ask from you is to take away messages of this webinar and discuss them with your friends and family. Have them get them involved in everything we have talked about here today, and you'll ensure and as good information as possible of the Kytherians. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank first of all the speakers. You were all excellent. I would like to also thank the entire team that organized this webinar for months now. Ippolitos represents a group of people who participated. And with that, I would like to close this webinar. The recording can stop. Thank you. Have a nice weekend and take care. Thank